expression, double OP, DOGGYDOGG, you see. Showing much flex when it's time to wreck a mic. Pimping hoes and clocking a grip like my name was Dolomite. Yeah, and it don't quit. I think they in the mood for some motherfucking G shit. So Dre, what up, dog? Gotta give them what they want. What's that, G? We gotta break them off something. Hell yeah. And it's gotta be bumpin'. City of Compton.
Where it takes place, so I show attention. Mobbing like a motherfucker, but I ain't lynching. Dropping the funky shit that's making the sucker niggas mumble. When I'm on the mic, it's like a cookie, they all crumble. Try to get close, say your ass will get smacked. My motherfucking homie, Doggy Dog, has got my back. Never let me slip, cause if I slip, then I'm slipping. But if I got my Nina, then you know I'm straight tripping. And I'ma continue to put the rap down, put the Mac down. And if your bitches talk shit, I have to put the smack down. Yeah, and you don't stop. I told you I'm just like a clock when I tick and I talk. But I'm never off, always on till the break of dawn. See you when PTO win in the city they call Long Beach. Putting the shit together like my nigga DOC. No one can do it better like this, that, and this, and it's like that, and like this, and like that, and it's like this. Then who gives a fuck about those?
So just chill till the next episode.
From the land of the lost, behold the pale horse, off course. Follow me, Wu-Tang gotta be the best things in Starks and Clark Wallabies. African killer bees, Black Watch. On your radio, blowing out your watch. From Park Hill, the house on Haunted Hill. Every time you walk by, your back get a chill. Let's build, we want to talk about skill. I spit like a semi-automatic to the grill. Elbow grease and elbow room. Baby, play me, baby, fall down, go boom. Party people gather round, count down to apocalypse. I'm the kid with the golden arms.
Mic check, testing, making sure that y'all can hear me. What's good, y'all? What's good?
Hoping I don't croak from overdosing. Hey kid, walk straight past the let's ride. Can't stand niggas that floss too much.
What's good, y'all? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. What's good, Idris, my dog? What's good, Noah? I see you. Nunu, my sister. What's good? I see you. But today is a very important day because we got a lot of shit to address. We're doing some housekeeping, because I'm not even gonna lie, I got burnt out. I needed to recharge for a bit, take some time to myself, put out my content and everything. And start planning because I am starting to make money moves. We are going to be making some serious pivots towards growing and further expanding on this channel because I just hit 1,600 subs not that long ago. Thank you guys so much. We hit 1.6k. We're on to 1,700, y'all. If we could hit that 700, that'd be awesome. But if you noticed, I set the stream to subscribers only. Now, this is an important step that I'm about to take in terms of growing and further expanding this channel, the Nix's J channel. Yeah, I have a lot of subscribers, but not a lot of people watching my shit. Not a lot of people are tuning into the lives. And I mean, whatever. Like, they got other shit they need to do. So, I'm going to be pivoting towards memberships because YouTube will not stop pestering me about memberships. They're like, oh, you could do memberships now. You should totally do memberships. And I'm like, fuck. But yes, I also need to work on making more shorts, specifically for the purpose of advertising my content. That's all they're going to be for. That's literally it. I'll be taking, I don't know, highlight clips from other videos, putting them in short format, and putting it out there to advertise videos, live streams, just my channel in general. I remember you were telling me about your girlfriend's birthday. Happy belated birthday to her, actually. I'm hydrating. Yes, the original cup is back. I have the OG cup. She had to go in the washer, so I wasn't gonna drink out of a dirty cup because it's disgusting. And I had a backup for a while, and I just wanted y'all to know the cup did not go away, nor did the straw. So, OG cup is back. I might end up turning that into some merch too. What's good, Nunu? Welcome, sis. Welcome. But yeah, I am going to be pivoting into a very member exclusive direction in terms of my live streams. I'm not gonna put all of my live streams on memberships. We're not gonna twist words here. So my hip hop news, keeping updated with hip hop news. I need to get back on that because I have been slacking. My work, I have a job, like a actual 9 to 5. I go outside and I touch grass. Besides doing this YouTube shit, so sometimes my work schedule interferes with my YouTube schedule. And in order for my YouTube schedule to become my work schedule, I gotta have a work schedule, if you know what I mean. We're not gonna be out here accepting handouts and being fucking lazy. And that, for the people that are on unemployment, that's a different issue. But I am not on unemployment because apparently, according to the unemployment office, I don't qualify. But that's a whole different story. Fuck you, by the way, government. But yeah, if you don't work, you don't eat. And I want to make this my job, like the YouTube stuff. I want to be able to make money doing what I like to do. I don't get me wrong, I like my job at Wawa, but nobody wants to work in customer service for the rest of their lives. Let's be so for real. Let's be very transparent here. Nobody who values their sanity wants to work in customer service for their entire life. Let's just be honest. And if you say that you do, you're either a sociopath, a psychopath, or you're just dead inside. Those are the only three. Only sociopaths want to work in customer service their entire life because they know how to they know how to mimic, bro. They don't have feelings. Nobody that has feelings is like, you know what my lifelong career path should be? McDonald's. And people keep telling me, oh, you should consider pursuing a career in Wawa. And I'm like, nobody that actually wants power, half of the people that want power don't deserve it. Like, I'm not, and it's not like, it's like, oh, you're cutting off career paths. No, I'm keeping this as my side, or like, I guess my main hustle until it becomes my side hustle. And then it won't become my hustle because my hustle will be YouTube. And people don't think it's a very lucrative path to go on, but it's like, we're entering a new age where the old age of YouTube is bowing out respectfully and passing the torch on to the next generation. And we need a new generation of people on YouTube who, 1, value their audience, 2, value the truth, and 3, value the platform as a whole, value the content that they cover. Not just throwing a bunch of AI slop on the internet and calling it that. Or not just, going on YouTube and sitting there watching a reaction with barely any facial movements and being like, yeah, this will sell. Because, newsflash, people that for some reason have a problem with people reacting to shit, I'm not a fucking robot. Okay? I'm a human being with human emotions. If you want a fucking robot to go and react to shit, then ChatGPT, Grok with its stupid ass, Sora AI, they done already taken that down. Y'all done fucked that up for everybody. But I will be soon rolling out memberships. And I've already been going through the details, the different tiers, the type of exclusive content that I'm gonna do. I've been writing everything down. Amanda's been helping me out with that. Huge thank you to him, because honestly, I did not know where I was gonna be going as far as, exclusive content. But I want to start putting, because I also want to do more horror oriented stuff. But I also know that a lot of horror stuff will be, not for kids. And so for the people that want to see the horror content, I'll probably make that members only, or I'll, if I'm going through if I'm going through it in depth, I'll put like the full unedited cuts on, like, I don't know, a Patreon or something. And then I'll make the horror exclusive content for members, because I genuinely do care about horror. I love horror stuff. I love deep diving and psychoanalyzing and just figuring out why people are the way that they are, what makes the brain tick, and that's something that I've always been interested in. And I might end up using music as a medium for that. And since YouTube doesn't like music a whole lot, that's where the memberships are going to have to come in, because YouTube will just straight up demonetize your video if you get a copyright claim. And people who watch YouTube reactions, they don't understand this. Like, you genuinely just don't understand it. You're like, oh, how come you cut the music? How come it sounds weird? It's because if YouTube, greedy record labels, don't like sharing their music among the poor people, and so they're going to punish the poor people for using their stuff in their videos. And since music reaction channels are almost always centered around music, that's where we are always fighting YouTube. Always. Like, no other community has been at beef more with their platform than YouTube, especially YouTube reactors, because of copyright claims and fucking cease and desists and copyright strikes, people abusing the copyright strike system because they want to make money or some shit. It's really just an uphill battle, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna stop fighting, because mama didn't raise no bitch. So we are pivoting towards memberships, towards Patreon exclusive stuff. I'm gonna be incorporating my art more into my channel, because I do draw. I've gotten back into it. I like it. If people have commissions, if they have personal requests that they want me to do, like for a sticker or for merch, anything, or like a design, they'll be able to reach out to me personally through Patreon. So, and I'll probably make this like a members only stream where I like detail every single thing that I'm gonna be doing as far as my members exclusives and my Patreon supporters. Sorry, I had to turn my fan on because it's hot as a bitch. My computer is blowing nothing but hot air, and I need to filter some of it. They goofy and stupid? Yeah, that part. That part. But today, this is a segment that I like to call Spinning the Block. This is kind of a weekly roundup of, music news, current events, any new album drops, stuff like that. Because I've been behind. I'm not gonna lie, I've been behind. I've been slacking. And I want to address everything, but it's hard recording all of it, and then because I lose the inspiration, because it's like, well, shit, it's too late to talk about it. So it's like better late than never. And if I'm gonna talk about it, what better place to talk about it than on live? So I'll probably just let like all the huge music stuff, if I have the time, I will jump onto it and get those videos out as soon as possible. But in terms of covering music news and hip hop news and rap news, I will be doing that here on this segment, Spinning the Block. And you notice that it's subscribers only right now. I'm going to be pivoting this segment into a members only, members exclusive feature. And I'll be going all out in terms of, effects, style, makeup, all of that. That will all be member exclusive. Like, I'll keep it cute, I'll keep it classy for the cameras, I'll keep it classy for all the new people. And for the members, you guys will get to see edited, raw, unedited, unfiltered sounds like this shit might get age restricted, but I promise you it's not that. It's YouTube. It's not that. Get your minds out of the gutter. The raw, edited, unfiltered version of Nixus J. You will be able to see me in just me. No theatrics for the camera. No flourishes for the new people. No censoring myself for the little kids and for the people that like to clutch their pearls. It's just me, myself, and I. And music, because I love music and YouTube doesn't. So this is my way of working around that, to do what I love while also making money in the process, taking advantage of YouTube's own game and using it against them. So thank God for Patreon, man, because they do not care if you have music on your shit. You get the full benefits. You reap all of the benefits. I see you took my advice. This is how you know who's for you and who's not. Yes, I did. I literally took that advice. I thought about what you said and I was like, you know what? Let me do that. And I put it for 1 minute. So you have to be subscribed in order to watch the live. Can't just be a rando and just come in, watch for a while, and then dip, because that's not how we're playing things. You are going to subscribe if you want access to my live exclusive content. Like that because you're bridging a threshold to where you can't come back from anymore. So if you're bridging that gap, you're fucking staying. You know how when you were a kid and your parents would be like, you either going in or you going out. Because if you're going out, you're staying out. And if you're coming in, you're staying in. That's how it is. Ain't no going in and out the door. Nah, nigga, if you come in the door, you're staying inside. It's as simple as that. That's your fault for subscribing to a crazy bitch. And a black woman at that. A crazy black woman. Yeah, that's your fault. You chose to come into the God's house, and now you're crying that you can't leave. Why'd you come in anyway? But I have a whole playlist of Chick Smooth stuff that I need to watch, just because I need to catch up on what the fuck is going on. Because rappers have been doing interviews and they have almost all been not good. Not good at all. Booty water. Absolute cheekiths. And I want to figure out why. I want to figure out what the hell's going on. Hey Tasha, welcome. I gotta get into the habit of streaming more in the afternoons, because usually when I'm streaming it's at night. Let me see, I'm grabbing a link so that I can start posting this in other places. But yeah, I need to get into the habit of streaming during the day, because there's a lot of times where I'm either, because I work third shift, so I'm usually up at night. Okay, it's already in Nunu's channel. Awesome. Thank you. I just read your message, Nunu. I ain't worried about that shit. We here to turn up. We here to educate ourselves, and get the latest hip hop news and figure out what the hell's going on. Because I know y'all probably already know what's going on, but y'all just gonna be reactive with me as I figure this shit out. Because I've been holding my tongue on a lot of this. I've been holding my tongue. because I wanted everybody to get their opinions and shit out of the way first before I put my hat into the ring. Because I know there's going to be people like, oh, you're missing the point, or oh, that's not what he said. And it is what it is. But Tasha, welcome. don't laugh at me. All right, let me hit this playlist. Let me pause because I was over here bumping. I've been reintroducing myself to hip hop, and I've been going down the playlist. I've had it on shuffle. I've been listening to some absolute bangers. Like I was just now listening to "Live My Life" by T.I. featuring Rihanna. So I was bumping because I remember hearing that song when I was a kid. It was just, it was always secondhand, like on somebody's radio, or playing on somebody's CD or some shit. Like it was never, I never was able to listen to it because it just was not allowed in my household, at least. I know a lot more gospel artists than I do hip hop artists. Jay-Z, Joe Camel. I've been hearing some stuff about these podcasts, specifically Charlemagne and Joe Budden, and all of these prominent black people that have been popping up in YouTube news lately have all been getting slammed for giving absolute D tier opinions, just L's, clown ass opinions. And nobody is agreeing with them except for the people that work for them. Live My Life was my shit. Exactly. It was the shit. But we're about to get into it. I did these, I think, in order from earliest all the way up to most recent. Because I went down the line, but we just gonna go ahead.
YouTube.
Let me know if you can hear it. Oh, let me turn the volume up.
I find, I like Chick Smooth. Chick Smooth is somebody I really enjoy listening to on YouTube because Chick just got an intellectual curiosity about things. Oh boy, here we go, you guys. Now looks like
Also, I was today years old when I realized that was Charlemagne that he clipped at the beginning of his video. That was Charlemagne, who apparently had a history. Him and Chiggs have been beefing for a while now. I didn't know that they had feelings against each other. So that's actually kind of diabolical that he's using his voice clip in his intros.
After his interview with GQ yesterday, Jay-Z has officially ruffled some feathers. Now, you fucked up and said some bullshit when even your loyal fans, your loyal supporters are coming out and saying, bruh, you were out of pocket for saying this. People that have always defended every single thing you've done are really now coming out and looking at you crazy. Now, this all comes after the Jay-Z GQ interview where Jay says that he's not sure if battle rap should still be part of hip-hop. After the Drake and Kendrick Lamar battle and seeing how stands on both sides.
I know. There was a whole conversation about it. But I still, at the end of the day, I don't agree with what Jay-Z said. I don't agree with it. I don't agree, homie. That's just how it is. Like, you speak it from somebody who came up doing the very shit that you're now wagging your finger at, like, ooh, I don't think this is such a good idea for hip-hop culture anymore. And I know it's the stands that are ruining it, but at the end of the day, the stands are only a small portion of the entire hip-hop community. Like, everybody that exists outside the internet, they don't care, Jay-Z. They don't care. They're just enjoying the music because it's good music. Only these trolls and these ogres and shit that dwell on the internet that don't have a reason to go outside, they're the only ones blowing this out of proportion. Like, get off the internet at the end of the day. It's just balance your internet time and your real life time. Because I assure you, the opinions of the people outside do not match the opinions of people that exist on the internet.
Styles has been acting crazy. Jay is now confused and he's not sure if battles should be a part of hip
Weak
hop culture anymore.
rewind.
We
Yep.
love the excitement, and I love the
Oh, here's the audio clip.
the sparring and the music you get.
Hmm.
But in this day and age, it's so much negative stuff that comes with it that you almost wish it didn't happen.
Really?
Yeah, because it's almost like it's a final thing. Now people that like Kendrick hate.
It's really not, actually. I'd argue it was more of a final thing back in the 90s where you could actually get unalived for shit that you said in a rap beef, where beef could actually get physical, where it transcended wax and it transcended the studio and it went straight to the streets. I would argue it was worse back then. Like now, people are going into rap beefs and their careers are still continuing like nothing happened. Like people, Chris Brown and Quavo, y'all remember that? Them niggas are still touring today. There are still people going to Chris Brown's concerts. There's still people going to Quavo's concerts. And that was the battle that happened before the Drake and Kendrick beef. I don't know if y'all remember that. The Chris Brown versus Quavo over what the hell was her name? Karuchi? Yeah, it was over that. And Chris Brown came out the gate with probably the most lethal diss track of 2024 until Meet the Grams. Like, y'all remember that? They're fine. Fucking what was it? Joyner and Skepta, I think it was. Do y'all even remember that battle? That shit came and went like a gentle breeze. Don't nobody remember. They're both still selling albums. His album's already out there. Fucking Joyner Lucas. Like, nobody cares. Even Drake still has fans after the rap battle. Like, there are still people going to his shows and buying his tickets and getting his merch. And there are still people who are excited and waiting for this Iceman album to drop. And nobody got hurt. Nobody's career was tarnished. You want to know who tarnished Drake's career? Drake. It is what it is. It's his fault. He did it. Him and his little D-Rider, D-throating ass fans. Just them. The parasocial ones. The creepy ones. That probably that they should have been committed yesterday.
Drake.
Yeah.
No matter what he makes, no matter what he says, and it goes far too. It's like attack on his character and his thing and it's like, I don't know if I love that.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's helpful to our growth. Where the fallout lands, especially on on social media.
Like, I understand you have sympathy for him as an artist or whatever, and you feel like his credibility and his career is being attacked, but nobody's been dragging this out except for Drake and the people in his camp. Drake is still taking shots at people correlated to Kendrick 2 years after the beef ended. Y'all think about that for a second. He cannot keep Kendrick's name out of his mouth, and it's been 2 years. But Dot has been literally minding his own business, touring around the world, dropped an entire album, got his Grammys, got his flowers, is working on a new album, has been collaborating with Baby Keem for Casino. He has been out here raising his kids, specifically the one that you said wasn't his, Drake. He has been living his life and not paying attention to anything that the OV hoes have to say. All right, Jay-Z.
Yeah, which takes place every day.
Yeah.
And now you have these pods of cult.
The Stan armies fighting.
Yeah, and it's like, it's too far.
Okay, you're talking about the internet, bro, but you have to understand that there's a world that exists outside of the internet. The internet does not determine everything, bro. It really doesn't. Peace to the chat. Hey Nixes, what's good, Mr. Reed? Welcome. We're going through the latest. We're doing a rewind of everything that's happened for the past week, in the past 5-6 days, and the trickle effects, the butterfly effects. We are covering those now. And in a segment that I'm calling Spinning the Block. Yep. Because I've already come up with the names of my supporters. Those are my Rough Riders. My Rough Riders! Yep. And I got a theme song and everything. Funny story about that, quick little story. I was trying to figure out a theme song for you guys. All my day one OGs, my Rough Riders. And I was going through the hip hop playlist that I was listening to, all the classic shit. And 3 times in a row, actually, when I hit the shuffle button, the first or second song that was playing ended up being Rough Riders Anthem by DMX. So at that point, I was like, you know what? This is the universe. This is God. This is DMX telling me, no. This is the song. This is it right here. This one. Because like I said, once is coincidence, twice is a pattern, 3 is confirmation. So that's the new anthem. Yes. Stop. Drop. And it's like I had no idea that it even existed, and then it just popped up in the playlist. Once while I was at work, twice when I was working on editing videos, and literally earlier today while I was getting the live set up. So I'm like, you know what? It was just meant to be. It was meant to be. Yes. We opening up shop. It's a Rough Riders, bro. But yeah, it's like I don't even know how I ended up coming up with. I don't even know how I ended up calling y'all Rough Riders. It just came to me. And I know that was like a whole DMX thing, and then I started thinking about it, and I was like, I do have a lot of strangely DMX mannerisms. And like, because there were a couple times in my videos where I was going off, and I'm like, man, if you don't like it, suck it. And people in my comments were like, damn, you went full DMX on them. I'm like, maybe so. But yes, Rough Riders, those are my A1 day ones, the OGs, the realest of the real. Y'all will spin the block with me every time. No second or third call. First call, y'all already there. You ready to cause some damage. So shout out to y'all. Shout out to my Rough Riders, man. And cause we really out here riding dirty. So just mwah. Kisses to all of y'all. Love you guys. Y'all are the ones that truly make this worth it. Honestly. So divine intervention. Yes. Yes, it was. It was heaven sent. We all heaven sent. DMX too. Alright, let me stop clowning him because he really did get bullied off the internet.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's like bringing kids in it.
Yeah.
And it's like, I don't like that. You know, maybe I've grown in a space that is probably, I sound like the old guy wagging the finger. But
You don't like the idea of bringing people's kids into it. You, of all people. Are we just gonna forget the baby seat line? What was it like? Left my condom in the back of the Jeep, skeeted all over the baby seat, something like that. We just gonna act like that shit didn't exist. We're just gonna act like that didn't happen. Cause that's some disrespectful shit, Jay. And back then, that would have gotten you popped. That would have really gotten you hurt. Like, people people can't really hurt you nowadays because the laws and the police force have gotten stricter, but like you of all people are saying you don't like that they're dragging the kids into it. Okay, I mean that is what we call a Division 1 hypocrite, D1 hypocrite. That what he just said.
But I think we can achieve the same thing as far as like sparring with music, with collaborations more so than breaking the whole thing apart.
Yeah.
Well, if you're collaborating, then it's not a spar. Because there's no, you can, I mean, if you spar on collaborations, that kind of gives confusing, like, I get it, but like, if you're working together on a song, that's dissonance. It's, you can't do that, because then it gives off mixed emotions. You can't work with somebody on the album and then spar and diss with them at the same time, because the whole point of sparring is that there's some sort of conflict, whether it's fake or not. It's sparring for the sake of sport, which America has been doing for centuries. The world has been sparring for sport for centuries. Baseball, basketball, football, boxing, wrestling, mixed martial arts. That is all a form of sparring for a sport. You're not actually trying to kill the other person. It's friendly competition. It's competition for the sake of entertainment. So, like, if you're working together, then you can't sit there and take shots at the other person that you're working with, because then it creates dissonance. And then people start wondering if you have a problem with them, Jay-Z. That is very snake-like behavior. Why would you collaborate with somebody and spar them at the same time? Like, I get it. It's in the spirit of competition, but that's the whole point of competition, is that there is this side and there's that side, and they are competing for one goal. I really cannot believe that I have to sit here and break down elementary school concepts like this, but these niggas are out here trying to gaslight the public into thinking that into doing some kumbaya shit, like, oh, we could all get along and also take shots at each other at the same time. Do you know how stupid you sound? That's a dumb take. L.
It could stand it before, because there was no social media and there was no thing, and you had the battle and it was fun, and then you moved on.
Right.
Right now, I don't know if it.
That's literally what's happening right now. Why are you trying to rewrite history, Jay? Why are you trying to gaslight the public into thinking that everything is worse now? Into everything that's not what happened. Because there was no social media, that made it more dangerous, because there was no sneak dissing each other on Twitter. It was, you say something about my kids and I'm coming to your address. There was no social media. It was, you say the wrong thing and somebody in yours could end up bleeding. Because there was no middleman anymore. It was just you, them, and the streets. And if you're on one side of the street and the homie's on the other side of the street, and he talks about his baby mama and he says that's why your kids aren't yours, he has every right to come across the street and whoop his ass. Why are we trying to act like that? Why are we trying to act like shit's worse? Why are we trying to act like the past didn't happen? Why are we rewriting history? That's not what happened at all, Jay-Z. Stop gaslighting us into thinking that shit is somehow worse than it was back then. If anything, social media has kind of calmed things down a bit, because people will solve all their issues on Twitter or on Instagram or wherever the fuck. Back then, it was we talked face to face. It was hands. And sometimes it ended up getting worse than that. That's why a lot of these rappers back then were getting either put in jail or just straight up killed. because there was no Twitter shit in the streets. It was, you talk shit, get hit. That was the code that you were a part of that, Jay-Z. You came up in this. Okay.
Stand it with the technology that we have.
Because it takes up so much oxygen.
It takes up so much oxygen.
Yeah.
And now it's just like every day they're just trying
they're
to
still talking about it.
It's not just talking about it. Not like, yo, this song I like this.
Yeah.
No, it's like trying to tear down the people's life.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like trying to, wreck this guy's marriage or this guy's relationship with his child. And it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's worth it at this point.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know he's speaking about the stands. But like I said before, the stands make up only a small percentage of the hip hop fan base and the hip hop listener base. Very small. It's a very small, let me get my words together. It's a situation where the small, loud minority ends up speaking for the majority and ends up making the majority look bad. It's the same with your ultra hyper progressives, your far lefts, your far rights, your neo Yahtzees, all of them, the Ku Klux Klan members, very small minorities that are making the majority of that group look bad. And I'm not talking about I'm not roping the KKK in there because that's an actual hate group. Them and the Yahtzees. And I don't understand why they're still organized. But I mean, America, you have the freedom to do whatever you want, I guess, whatever. But, yeah, no, the stan base only makes up a small proportion of the hip-hop fan base. But it's somehow speaking for the majority of all hip-hop fans and all hip-hop enthusiasts. Why are you roping everybody in with them? With those weirdos? Don't rope us in with them. Because at the end of the day, we're just in it for the love of the game. We're in it because we love the music. We're not letting this shit affect our lives to such a degree where we put 300% of our time and effort into it. It's music. That's what it is. And yes, we can also acknowledge the cultural impact that it's had, but at the end of the day, we love the music because it's ours. It's music by us for us. And okay. You want to say this because Ether? He talking about the media because his battle was not worldwide. I'm an R&B lady. I don't even know about this battle till 24. Yeah, honestly, I was the same. I didn't even know Jay-Z and Nas were beefing like that until 2024 when Kendrick and Drake happened and people were bringing up that the biggest battle that happened before that was between Jay-Z and Nas, which ended with Nas's Ether. And that was, the Not Like Us of back then. And I didn't know, so I did my research. And y'all, Jay-Z, they both said some wild shit. Wild. Yeah, Jay-Z is not innocent, y'all. If y'all go back and y'all listen to these diss tracks that they did to each other, that shit is horrifying. You couldn't get away with that shit today. Not in the age of censorship that we're in right now, the age of hypersensitivity, where you say even a smidgen of a wrong thing that people don't agree with, and they're clutching their pearls like you just shot their cat in broad daylight. You can't get away with this shit now. I was surprised that Kendrick even got away with Meet the Grams. And then Not Like Us. Because it really felt like the diss tracks that y'all used to listen to back in the 90s and the early 2000s. But because, people are so fucking sensitive and quick to censor and cancel and whatever, you couldn't get away with anything now. That's why Kendrick's diss battles were so legendary, was because he got away with shit that you wouldn't have been able to get away with before because of all the hypersensitivity and all of the censoring that's been going on. Even in the YouTube space, if your videos are too explicit, they get age restricted, which means they get essentially shadow banned from 99.9% of the YouTube platform. Which I get it, I understand, but at the same time, it doesn't make it any less censorship. Like, you can't do anything wild and crazy on the internet without getting age restricted. That's why I was surprised that Meet the Grams and Not Like Us didn't get age restricted. Especially with the shit that's been coming out in the world events and world news and the fucking list, the Epstein files and shit. Like, it's amazing that it made it past all of those censors. And the fact that he had that when K-Dot performed Not Like Us at the Super Bowl, he had it was over 123 or 120 FCC complaints. Which 123 FCC complaints for doing one song at the Super Bowl. Just one. There were people who wanted to shut him down so badly, and they couldn't because it was bigger than the program. It was too big to silence. The fire was too big to smother. And believe me, they tried to smother it. They did. The stands especially. And they're the only ones that are still blowing this up and talking about it. They're the ones still arguing with each other on Twitter about it and threatening people's families because they don't agree with them. They're the ones doing that. The crazy people. Don't rope the rest of hip-hop in with these weirdos. Don't box us in with them. We don't want to be anywhere near them. In fact, we and the stands have an established restraining order. They are not allowed to come within 500 feet of us. The real hip-hop people, like just the music lovers, the normal people. I don't know. I don't understand why people are trying to gaslight hip-hop fans and trying to make them feel bad about Drake's shitty behavior. Why is this happening? Why are we doing this? Is this calculated? Because alright, whatever. We're gonna continue.
Again, I love the idea that we got so much music in such a short period of time.
Great music.
Just everything around it was just like, man, it's like taking us a couple steps back.
Yeah.
And
now he says that we've
just grown so much that I don't know if, I guess I'm gonna say it, I don't know if battling needs to be part of the culture anymore.
Now, a lot of people spoke out against Jay-Z and this part of his interview. Joey Badass was one of those people. He said everybody talks about how we shouldn't beef and we should spar more on records. But truth is, niggas don't want to be wanting to collab out of fear of getting bodied on their own record.
Didn't I just fucking say that? Why the fuck would you invite somebody to collaborate on their own song just to get bullied? That's bullying. Jay-Z, that's what you want. You want niggas to collaborate and talk hella shit on their own record to this person on their own record. Imagine getting dissed on your own record to your face and there's nothing you could do about it except collaborate with them. You can't punch them in the mouth because you're collaborating. But this nigga is just sitting there, eyeing you in the studio, calling you everything but a child of God on your own record. Why would anybody sit there and take that? Do you know how quickly I would have jumped over the EQ table and beaten his fucking face in? Let somebody get on my track and start talking shit about my mom and my dad and my kids. It's up. It's a wrap. I'm gonna put you getting your ass beat in the track. It's gonna be like something straight out the Boondocks. It's like, what the fuck did you say? Oh, God, you bitch ass. It's staying on the track. is so fucking stupid. All right, keep going.
Over the years, dug that friendly fade. Check my track record. I've never been one to shy away from collabing with real spitters. Whether that be getting niggas on my own tracks or hopping on niggas' tracks. Not to mention coming up in a collective of straight fire MCs. Now, if you guys remember last year, Joey was one of those people that was trying to battle rap against TDE. He wanted to go at Kendrick Lamar, but unfortunately, Kendrick Lamar was on tour, so Joey had to go up against all his little homies.
That was dumb. Like, I don't know why you try to initiate a rap battle like that while the nigga's on tour. Like, what the fuck is he gonna do? He's on tour. He's not gonna be able to get in the studio and respond to you because he's on tour. Nigga wasn't even in this country and he was wanting smoke. Like, you couldn't have just waited until he got back from his tour to start a beef. Like, even if it was in the spirit of competition, it was just, the timing was just dumb. And then you wonder why you got stomped out by all of TDE. Like,
he's from the West Coast. And to his credit, Joey kind of held his own. A lot of people felt like Joey actually got the best of that rap battle. Now he continues. He says, I will say though, it's easy to show up on somebody else's track when the bar is already set and all you gotta do is meet it or better. But I say all this to say, that's why sometimes niggas catch strays because they be ducking smoke and they be gatekeeping the top spot. Before you drag me, this just shit I witnessed in my experience. I didn't come here to bash nobody or throw shade. This just my 2 cents on the ongoing convo. Now, Joey says, think about it. If somebody at the top gave somebody coming up an opportunity to come after them on the record, you know what would happen? Niggas is eating their food. Off top, rent is due, bills paid expeditiously. Public perception of who's the best would be drastically different if this were regular occurrence. Legendary battle rapper Loaded Lux spoke out against Jay-Z's comment. Here's what he said.
He want the fans to really look at it from a perspective of, Drake lost, Kendrick won.
Why you do that angle?
Let's move on.
Why, Chigs? Why you use that angle, dog? Why you do that? Why you do that to Lux? Well, you really set him up for real. God. He just cheesed down at the camera. That is not a flattering angle, but we're gonna continue.
and have, you know, if you're a Drake fan, fuck with Kendrick. If you're a Kendrick fan, fuck with Drake. The headline, and it's making it sound like, let's get rid of battling all together.
But Mick, he kind of did say that though at the end.
He did say that.
He did say that.
Yeah, that's exactly
what he said. But he said it because of the fans.
But he got to clear that up. You just can't make a bold statement like that. Like
that part.
Like, with all respect, I love Hov. You know what I'm saying? We all
know
Hov.
Yeah.
You feel me? It's the skill set, right? And he need to. That's the thing. That's the driving force. Even when him and Nas did it, you know what I'm saying? Like, we didn't, that backlash, that wasn't, you know what I'm saying? And I didn't really have a dog in that fight, but whether you chose Jay-Z or you chose Nas, I don't see none of them careers where fans was picking and choosing like, oh, I'm fucking with Nas, so I can't fuck with Hov.
Right.
Or I'm fucking with Hov, so I'm not fucking with Nas. Like,
right.
Nah.
It's not a turf war. It's just artists that you like. You could like multiple artists and, you know, and still respect them or not respect them as a person based on their actions. You can still, at the end of the day, separate the artist from the art. Like, if I don't fuck with Ye's decisions as a person, that's not going to stop me from listening to his music, because the music is separate from, the music is still good. Now, if he was like crossing over and putting, you know, all of his controversial shit into his music, then it's like, okay, I'll stay away from those tracks in particular, but the old stuff, I'm still gonna rock with. I'm still gonna fuck with it. You know, and you can separate the art from the artist and still just vibe with the music and be a fan. That's why there's a difference between being a fan and being a stan. Because the stans go further. They are the parasocial ones, the ones who attach their identities to the artists that they follow. It's not just keeping it strictly about the music. Now it's attached to them personally. They have branded themselves onto their idea of what this artist is like, and now it's become their whole personality. It's like they've latched on, kind of like think of it's parasitic behavior, in my opinion. It really is, because they're just latching on and trying to live their life through this artist and everything that it's there's a whole video about it. Deleted did a whole video about it. I'm not even going to go into it, but at the end of the day, people are not understanding the difference between fans and stans. And I think it's very important to make that distinction, because there are fans who are just fans of the music and nothing else, and fans of the contributions to the culture, and fans of the personalities. And then when you cross that threshold of it's just about the music, and you start getting more personal to where every criticism against that artist isn't it feels like a personal attack against you as a person, that's when it becomes standum. Eminem did a whole song about this. Like, I'm gonna need these rappers and these fucking internet personalities. I'm gonna need y'all to stop acting ignorant. Get the selective amnesia out. Stop gaslighting everybody into thinking that shit is not the way it is, because that's what they're saying. What?
It ain't that.
I'm really
And
about
I
to start
think
punching the
that's
air,
my
because
thing.
y'all gonna get me mad.
Now, if they pull it out of context to where now, okay, it's just the politics, or you going at somebody's character, or you just don't like somebody, that's where it's wrong. But if we talking about the steel sharpening steel and the skill set of it, that's my thing. Nigga, we've been battling forever.
That part.
Right. Whole been battling forever.
Exactly. Right. Which is why I'm surprised
know if it got something to do with the energy in the air. Like, I don't know if it's softening certain things, but like we walk.
He said, I don't know if it's the energy in the air. Mercury is definitely in fucking Gatorade right now with the way some of these niggas have been acting. It's like all of their periods just synced up at the same time, and they're all collectively PMSing in their own little way. Like, it just, Midol stocks are about to go through the roof right now with how much PMSing has been happening in the hip-hop industry. And I'm not talking about the women.
Babies, and you talking about battling. My thing is that element, when you go in there, all things are on the table. Yeah, I just, you know, my thing is keep it in the space of the skills. Now, if they just talking shit, like, that's why when 50 was just doing all the shit, when he dropping shit, 50 just like it's like he trolling.
Yeah.
And doing all that, like
that's not battling. That's not battling.
It's not battling. It's trolling.
That's
There's
not
a
going
difference.
in. That's not putting your mind to work.
Right. That part. Thank you, Lux. Thank you, Lux. He said it. Thank you, Lux. That is the whole point of sparring, is to test your skills against somebody of equal or higher skills than you. That is the whole point. It's to improve and get better, to work on your technique, to work on your flow, to work on your delivery, like stuff like that. You grow, you spar, you test your skills. It's trial and error. And then you come back to the cutting board, back to the cutting room floor, back to the drawing board. You go over what you failed on, you go over what you succeeded on. It's a game. It's a fucking game. It's like playing chess against somebody. There is always going to be a winner and a loser, but that does not mean the loser does not have an opportunity to improve so they can eventually become a winner. Everybody loses at something at least once. That's just life. And trying to eliminate that competition and give everybody participation trophies, like this is a fucking like this is the fucking basketball game for the I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna say because YouTube's gonna smack me, but like, come on now. It's like all of the unsports, the kids that aren't fucking sportsmanlike or whatever, or just are just frail and easily shatterable, just the weak, tiny little bony kids being put in a contact sport for some sick, twisted, sadist entertainment and then giving out participation trophies to everybody. There is no winner. There is no loser. Everybody wins. You all did your best. Keep doing what you do. We are not gearing towards a point where we are giving out participation awards to people in the rap. No, no, absolutely not. We are not doing this, Jay-Z. We're not doing this. No, we're not giving out participation trophies to niggas that don't deserve it, okay? Drake is not getting a participation award for taking L's and for sabotaging his own career. We're not doing that. No. He already got his participation award when he decided to make a diss track aimed at Kendrick Lamar when he responded. That was his participation award right there. But he lost. He compared his skills to somebody else's and he lost. Because that's how life works, big dog. That is how reality works. There is always a positive and a negative outcome to every scenario ever. That is just the law, the basic core law of the universe. And I'm gonna need niggas like you to understand this and stop trying to gaslight people into thinking otherwise. There is no secret third option where everybody gets along. You either like somebody or you fucking don't. You either rock with somebody's music or you fucking don't. You're either a good person or you're not. There is no in between. You can't muddy the waters, bro. With lines, with already established lines like that, you cannot go in and try to blur it because people will call you out on it. Because those concepts are too rooted in reality for you to try to go in and muddy the waters. There is either a winner or a loser with everything. That's just the way it is. I'm gonna go back and listen to that song now because I love that song. And I think I heard it used as a sample. I can't remember the rapper's name. If y'all know who it is, please put it in the chat, in the comment section. That's just the way it is. I know exactly who it is because I can hear the beat. I just can't remember the name. Like I said, I'm still new to hip hop, but that doesn't mean that I'm not learning. Because again, it's about the music. I feel like I'm going on a journey to the past whenever I listen to music. 13th place ribbon is crazy. And yeah. I'm not gonna yap on anymore because I will be here all day just roasting you.
If we're gonna put our minds to work and go to higher channels, let's still sharpen steel and let's get the highest spaces.
Was it Tupac?
That's like what I did with Verb. Like what I just did to Verb.
Yeah, you understand me? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. He got dog shit down his leg. But look, it's something for him to think about. And he know what he gotta do.
Right.
But that's my thing, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't you can't just say, we need to take battling out the culture. That's a bold statement, ho.
Yes,
I mean, that is a bold statement.
Is.
And I think he was so frustrated with the fans. I think he's really frustrated with Kendrick because he said it. He said, it's the stands. He said it's the niggas that got these beehives and the stands. And if that group of fans is going against another group, it's like a war. It's like a war, and it never ends.
Look, my thing is, whoever God bless may no man curse, man. Cause I seen Kendrick goddamn go to Canada. Canada.
Right, right.
I didn't see no problems.
I think Jay is putting.
Did y'all hear that? He said, I saw Kendrick go to Canada. And I didn't see no problems. And I love the little proverb that he threw out. You know, the one who God blesses may no man curse. It seems like it's a lot of curses being thrown around right now. And they're all aimed at Kendrick. And this nigga is just at the top. minding his business. There's a lot of curses being thrown around. It's an all-out war. Retro, welcome. But yeah, I don't know why the top is trying to, especially Hove. Hove should know better. And I go back to his battle with Nas. He should know better than to say some dumb shit like that. If you can respect somebody as an artist and still smack them upside the head when they say some stupid shit. Hove, I love you. I love you for, just introducing me into hip hop in the first place, because Jay-Z was a hugely respected figure in the black household because he made it out the mud. He made it to the top. He was up there with them, doing everything that they didn't want him to do. Putting on new artists, putting on black artists, giving them opportunities to shoot to the top. Jay-Z, and when he hit the Forbes list, oh man, when that was a celebration to remember. I equate how people viewed him in like black households to how people view Obama. Because a prominent black figure who was at the top, at the same level as the white people that were trying so hard to keep us down, and constantly kicking the door open and leaving it open for other black people to ascend to black excellence. That is a truly commendable thing. But you can still call them out when they say some dumb shit. Same with Obama. Obama said a couple things where I'm like, are you sure about that? But that doesn't mean I don't respect him as a person. I just think what he said was fucking stupid. And that's that disconnect. That's that connection that needs to be disconnected. People gotta stop associating criticism with bullying and attacks. Stop associating general criticism to people's actual feelings about that person as a person. Just because I think what you said was stupid and I checked you for it does not mean that I value you any less as a person. That just means I am correcting you because I care about you. That's how you know who your real friends are. Real friends tell their friends what they need to hear, not what they want to hear. If your friend is acting out of pocket, you as their friend don't want to see them dig themselves an early grave. And so you come out and say, hey, what you just said was fucking stupid, or what you just did was stupid. Don't do that again. They may get mad at you at the moment because they feel slighted, but after a while they're going to think about it, or they're going to do something again and end up getting hurt somehow, and they're going to think back to what you said. And they're going to appreciate you even more as a friend for it. Because they're going to be like, damn, you actually cared about me. Because you were trying to keep me from sabotaging myself. So, rappers in the industry like this, Jay-Z is he is saying what he wants to hear. And what for some reason a lot of people at the top want to hear. But he's not saying what we need to hear. And he needs to hear that, one, he's wrong. He's wrong. This is the scenario where we're telling Hove what he needs to hear. He needs to hear this discourse, the dissonance. He needs the conflict to shock him back into reality. Whether he'll accept it or not, it's the fact that everybody disagrees with him. Universally. We are all united in our disagreement against Hove for saying this stupid shit. Doesn't mean I don't like him as a person. I just think what he said was wrong. It was stupid. It was dumb. It was really dumb. and hypocritical if we're low-key thinking about it. Don't think we're not going to let you forget about that baby seat rhyme. That was filthy. That was filthy, and you can't escape that because it came out of your mouth, and it's on the radios. So
too much emphasis on the internet. He got to get off. He got to get offline.
Thank you. And didn't I say that at the beginning of the video? Y'all need to just unplug and go into real life because y'all don't understand that real life is different than internet life. They don't abide by the same rules that goes on the internet. And Glasses even told y'all this, bro. He said not everybody's on the internet. No, ain't everybody a fucking streamer. He said you gotta get off the internet because the outside world is different than online. He said this to y'all. And we just acting like it didn't happen. Okay, but we're gonna move on to the next one because the situation has been spiraling. So
YouTube.
We got 50 Cent, Punch, TDE, and Maul about now J. Cole. The gun is turning, and we're going to J. Cole.
Listening to on YouTube because Chick just.
After he heard a couple records by him. According to Cole, 50 Cent did not want to sign him because his jeans were too tight. Not because his music was ass, not because he wasn't gangster enough, all because his goddamn pants were too tight.
Is there anybody before?
Oh man, and that was back during the skinny jeans era where everybody wanted to wear the skinny jeans with the Converses and the Vans and ride skateboards. Oh my god, I remember the skinny jeans phase. That was prominent in the emo community as well. Especially leather. Lots of leather. It was a weird time.
Or Jay that you seen that celebrity wise the man shut you down, or Jay was, or your mom was just strictly get the Rock Nation or Jay-Z or whatever.
You know what? Rock Nation didn't exist at that time, but me standing outside for Jay, it wasn't me trying to get a deal.
Right.
I'll make beats too. So it's like, in my mind, I'm like, damn, I seen Kanye like got in with the producing shit first.
Right.
Maybe that's an end for me. And the news had dropped that Jay was working on American Gangster.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But the article was saying he wasn't necessarily done. Like, so in my mind, I'm like, I'm ambitious. You know what I mean? I believe in myself. So I'm like, I was at work. I'm like, yo, as soon as I got home, I made 2 beats, threw a hook on one, put 7 other beats on the CD. I put the American Gangster cover on it. Like I slid that shit in the CD book over my volume 3. I had a volume 3 or volume 2. So I took the cover out, put his American Gangster cover in, black and white, little printed version, and stood outside trying to get him a beat CD with a hook on it, thinking if he in my mind, he was going to go upstairs, put the CD in, hear it, go get that young kid from outside, you know what I mean? So I thought that, I wasn't even thinking about it signing to Jay-Z. I was just thinking like, oh, maybe I can get my beats off, you know what I mean, and get on like that. I only thought about signing a Def Jam or to a label. I never thought about a Jay-Z or something like that, but it worked out for me.
But that's what I'm saying. Was it nobody ever said, fuck out of here? Did you see anybody else celebrity-wise that you may have tried to get on to, but that was just your focus?
No,
okay, so I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that that's how he was discovered. That's interesting because I don't know much about J. Cole. He never really came across my music radar. So that's interesting learning his background and how he came up like that.
No, nobody ever shitted on me or dubbed me.
Right.
But I do know that at one point in time, 50, I think Shy Money and shout to G-Unit Hove from Queens.
Right.
They was trying to put, I think, 50 on to my shit. You know what I mean? This is around the time, right before, when I was knowing Mark, before Jay had heard my shit, and I think they played my shit for 50. And what I was told his response was like, mind you, I had like I had this song called Lost Ones, I had Lights Please, I had Simba, I had hard shit too, like where you could tell I could really rap.
Right.
And I think 50 reaction from what I heard was, can't sign this nigga, his jeans too tight.
Are you going off the image, right?
Right. I mean, I get it too, because I mean, guess what? That shit wouldn't have made no sense, me going to G-Unit, you know what I mean? But shout to Shot Money, you know what I mean, and Hov, who seen the vision, you know what I mean?
Now 50 actually confirmed this story to be true. Today 50 said, yo, I'm a J. Cole fan, man. The boy just had on denim spandex.
Denim spandex is crazy. First and foremost, why are you even looking down there to begin with? Why is that your first impression? Is his pants are too tight? Why was you looking at how tight his pants were, dog? Like, if they were that tight though, Like, why are you looking at that? What are you looking? Why are you looking at that, bro? You're weird. You're weird. Even if his pants were too tight, just sign him and get him some new pants. Like, what? Tell him there. Take $50, $100. Get yourself some pants that, aren't choking your shit out. Just weird thing to base signing somebody off of. His pants were too tight? Was he just bulging a little too much, 50, and you just were distracted? You just couldn't stop looking at it, and you needed to get the distraction as far away from you as possible because you a real nigga, and real niggas don't be looking at how tight niggas' pants are.
Supposed to know that was gonna work. Hey, hold on, 50.
Oh my God. Stop. Where the nose goes when the door's closed is none of my business. Oh.
Sign a guy named Hot Rod and Young Buck.
Hey,
you know
yo, what? That's right. Oh my God. Why did he say it like that? But yeah, no, he really did sign a whole nigga named Hot Rod and Young Bug. That is wild as fuck, though. Why are skinny jeans the line that you draw? But a dude literally calling himself Hot Rod and another dude calling himself a literal bug is perfectly okay. Okay. Nah, it was, like Imani said, where the nose goes when the door's closed is none of my business.
J. Cole also addressed a story that was told by Punch, TDE, and a couple other people about him and Diddy getting into a fight.
The ground reached up and tried to grab dude by the neck. So dude reached around and fired on him, and they both fell on the table, knocking all the drinks over. So all these celebrities just in this one spot.
Oh shit, they was fighting?
It's a scuffle now, huge scuffle.
Oh, okay, the VMAs after party.
Weird with no names, but another nigga came who was best friends with one of the super celebrities that was over there. He came and started beating up one of the niggas that was on the ground.
Damn.
So it's kind of clearing up, and he grabbed the nigga, put him close, and seen who it was. And this dude was signed to his homie, but he couldn't see. He didn't see. He had his glasses on, so he mopping him, and looked like he felt so bad after the whole thing.
Now Cole actually called Cap on the.
You see, that's the whole point. Back then, it was nothing but nigga shit. The sheer niggatry, and it was almost always over a misunderstanding. Niggas were catching strays because niggas weren't wearing their glasses and they couldn't see. They was just beating up niggas, had no idea who the fuck they were until they actually looked at them. You ain't even looking at the people that you fading with. I'm so glad that we've grown up and matured as a society so shit like that doesn't happen again.
Story, he said, Punch was right about certain things, but he wasn't all the way right about everything.
Yeah, explain that.
Nah, you know what? I damn near wish I could because it's such an ill story.
Right.
You know what I mean? But matter of fact, we did a podcast, me and Eve, like a year and a half ago, where we kind of ran through like the first part of my career up until Forest Hills Drive.
Right.
And we had a bonus episode that was the whole episode was just about that night.
Okay.
And that altercation, right?
Right.
And we was gonna put it out because at that time, you know what I mean? Like me and Puff, like we hadn't had no problem for years. Even after that, like it was cleaned up quick and we was in a good spot.
Right.
But Puff was on the song that I had on off season, and like so we was gonna put it out, thinking like, yo, it's cool. Like enough time has passed, he ain't gonna feel no way. Boom, boom, boom.
Right.
And then all the shit happened with him.
Right.
And I was just like, nah. It felt like damn near like kicking a man when he's down. Yeah. Like you know what I mean? It was like it would have gave the news.
Why does everybody keep using that? Stop using that phrase when it comes to people like Puff. but it's not kicking a man while he's down. Like, that probably would have been, I would have just released it anyway. Bro, fuck his feelings. If he was going through all that shit, and maybe he was ignorant to the shit that Puff was doing. Maybe because I don't know. I find it hard to believe that, you've collaborated with Puff that much back then, or you've been around Puff and you didn't know even a little bit of what was going on. I don't know. It's hard to. Maybe he really was just like out of the way, ignorant to everything. But then you gotta think, even K Dot had info on niggas that he never fucked with. So why would J. Cole not know what was going on? You see what I'm trying to imply here? Maybe it was just to keep himself. Maybe it was to keep himself under, in the shadows. Keep him off the target. Because I feel like if he had put that out, eyes would have been on him, and they would have started digging up his shit, and they would have been like, you know something, J. Cole, and I think that was less about Puff, and I think that was more just optics on his end. Nah, that wasn't about Puff. Whatever, bro. Kicking a man while he's down. Okay, J. Cole. Okay, Jermaine.
In the world, more ammo.
I got you, sir.
Just destroy this dude.
Yeah, it wasn't a good time to put it out.
Wasn't a good time. So similarly, right now, it's like, I want to tell it because it's ill, but I'm like, nah.
But it did happen.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. We talked, you mentioned a couple names earlier, and...
Oh, but let me say this.
Absolutely.
It did happen, but the stories be wrong.
Okay.
The narratives around it be wrong.
Right, the remixes is crazy.
The remixes is crazy, like how shit be happening.
Right.
But the remixes is crazy.
Right. Because, people will say it happened, didn't happen. I tell niggas all that, like, when it come to history, not just rap, I'm like, by the time we leave, if somebody get punched in the face in this room, by the time you get to Valet, it's 7 different stories of how they got punched in the face. He got punched in the face and his tooth fell out. Now his nose came off. Like, the remixes of stories, it just be crazy. So no story that's...
And a lot of time that's attributed to shitty memory. That's it. It's human error. That's where the story... That's why the game Telephone, it's damn near impossible to have a perfect game. Because people just process information differently. And a lot of times they just remember it. They're remembering it wrong. That's why, stories that were passed down through generations have different versions, because, or unless it was, explicitly written and then handed down, that's the only way the story is going to stay exactly the same. It's the human aspect that fucks it up.
Out there has been right, what you're saying. So just so people know.
Even Punch from TDE, shout out to Punch, that's my man. But he gave a rendition where I'm looking at it, I'm like, yo, you got a lot of it right, but you wasn't really right there.
Right.
So even what you saying, you either missing details or misrepresenting.
Well, was he saying that J. Cole was the one getting his ass beat? Because if so, then yeah, I would see why he'd be like, oh, you weren't telling the whole story. Yeah, nigga, because you're the one that got your ass beat.
There's some details. I know the story, and he was right there, but I know the full front to back. I'm sitting in the driver's seat, and that's a memorable night for me. So it's like, I'm recalling that shit verbatim. But even somebody that was there that's giving it, it's like, nah, that's not the full.
I got you.
Now, Punch himself actually...
How you gonna say that nobody's version of the story was true? If, like, there was a group of people that watched it, and they all said that and all of the versions match up, or they're very similar in terms of core details, how is it that nobody's version of the story is true? Out of all these niggas that watched you get your ass beat. You just lying, bro. Stop. Just stop lying. There's no way that out of everybody who saw you get your ass beat, absolutely 0 people had the actual version of the story. Are we really saying that, J. Cole? That out of several dudes who watched you get your ass handed to you, that none of their stories are the real story of what happened. I agree with Punch. He said Cap. Yeah, that's Cap.
He came out today and called Cap, which I thought was kind of wild because Cole himself was a person who was actually involved. So it's kind of crazy telling somebody that was involved in a situation that they're lying about your take on the story. And finally, Cole addressed the last time he spoke with Drake. According to Cole, he actually spoke with Drake after the battle with Kendrick.
Friendship-wise, today.
I'm in the same place.
Right.
You know what I mean? Where it's like, yo, I genuinely love these niggas, but I'm not going to act like we've been communicating and talking. You know what I mean? I've had conversations with them, like, post everything, you know what I mean? But it's not like it's a lot. That's me not knowing where they at. Me maybe assuming because I done heard X, Y, and Z.
Right.
But it has nothing to do with like how I actually feel. I genuinely love these niggas. Like I be wanting to shoot off a tech.
Which actually contradicted what Maul told us a couple months ago.
Well, goddamn. I don't know what they blowing up over there at the Proving Grounds, but this house been shaking like a salt shaker all day.
Claiming that Cole and Drake stopped talking after they got off on tour. Now, Maul came back on his podcast yesterday, and he spun the block, doubling down, claiming Cole was lying.
When Cole says, we've spoken after everything, but it's not been much communication, is he talking about...
Cole has not spoken to Drake since before Not Like Us came out.
Okay, because he's saying in this clip, I wasn't sure if he was saying after the Dreamville Fest incident or after the battle when he said he's spoken to both of them, but it hasn't been much.
You're asking me. I'm only answering from what I know, right?
I don't know a thing. So
I'm only answering what I know.
How the internet works. I want it to be extremely clear.
Okay,
what Cole said in his Cameron clip, he is saying that they spoke. I don't know what after everything means. I don't know if it means Dreamville Fest. I don't know if it's like that. I don't know if it means after Not Like Us. I don't know what that means.
Okay, so let me tell you from what I know.
Okay.
Cole has not spoken to Drake since before Dreamfest.
Okay.
Damn.
Now, whether he shot a text after that and the text went unresponded,
gotcha.
I don't know about that.
Drake would be that type. He would be that type to leave a nigga on red. He would look at it, and then just to be petty, he would put his phone back in his pocket. He's like, J. Cole messaged me. The nerve of him. I'm gonna make him chase me. Fuck you, bitch. I'm worth more. Oh my god. But yeah, J. Cole seems to be already getting caught in just straight up cap. He's getting caught in some lies. And it's more than one. So for the sake, I'm gonna move on. We're gonna move on because right now we got you clocked for lying about the fight with you and Diddy, lying about you talking to Drake after the beef happened. Was you lying about the whole... I don't know if he was really lying about the whole Jay-Z situation, but like, I guess the only thing that you was confirmed correct was the 50 Cent skinny jeans one, and that's only because he confirmed it. So that's 2 out of 3 that you've been clocked for so far, bro. Okay, all right, we're gonna continue. We're gonna move on.
Chicks. Get ready. You know what to do, chicks.
I find, you know what? I like chicks who...
Hey, man, for everybody that wanted to hear from J. Cole, I hope you guys are happy. The man has been on a press run for the last week. He's been going on different platforms talking about everything that happened with the battle and also debunking a lot of rumors and lies surrounding him. Now, if you guys missed the video yesterday, make sure you guys go check it out. Cole addressed rumors about him getting into a fight with Diddy. He also confirmed the last time he actually spoke with Drake. Now, today, Cole is still yapping irresponsibly. He went on Carmelo Anthony's podcast called 7 p.m. in Brooklyn, and you guessed it, he's talking more about everything. At this point, certain fans want Cole to just shut up and go back into the shadows. Meanwhile, other people are enjoying him debunking a lot of theories and rumors that we never actually heard him speak about. And one of those rumors and theories about Cole was back in 2024, somebody claimed that Schoolboy Q allegedly warned him to stop beefing with Kendrick before shit gets bad.
Okay.
Now, it wasn't any media personality. It wasn't any podcaster that put out this rumor. It was actually a hip-hop publication called allhiphop.com. They actually broke this story first before everybody started repeating it on their own platforms. But they claimed that their writer confirmed that Schoolboy Q was at Dreamville Festival and him and J. Cole actually had a conversation. Now, back then, the writer couldn't corroborate what they talked about, but sources told them that they gave Cole a warning. Whether it was a bullying move, a Debo-like maneuver, or just a friendly heads up, they're not sure. Now, despite this rumor spreading like wildfire, neither Cole or Schoolboy Q cared enough to clear it up. Well, until today. While he was on Mello's podcast, 7 p.m. in Brooklyn, Cole addressed it. He said that was a fucking complete lie. Here's what he said.
And there's also the conspiracies or the theories that, like, you know, people gave you the heads. I don't know how true it is, but like,
it's not true.
Like,
it's a straight lies. Like, okay, I wish we could do a whole season of 7 p.m. in Brooklyn and just go debunk every J. Cole every lie that was every lie.
So he's just coming out and saying
that Drake was supposed to be at Dreamville Fest and didn't.
Actually, it's true. He was supposed to be at Dreamville Fest. Like, that was planned. He was coming. He didn't come.
Okay.
Thank God he didn't come. No disrespect to Drake. I love Drake, but like, had he come, I would have felt more pressure to be on stage representing that energy. Yeah. Way before Kendrick's song dropped, he was supposed to come. I was trying to get Kendrick to come too. Like, that was my plan for Dreamville Fest that year. Mind you, I never got a chance to like. It's crazy because like, you know.
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to remember Dreamville. That was the tour he did where he apologized. He apologized at the Dreamville Fest, if I remember correctly. Because I'm like, I think that's where it was, where he apologized, where the infamous apology occurred.
When we was on tour, I'm like, yo, it'd be crazy if both of y'all came out of Dreamville Fest, boom, boom. It's silly now to say, you know what I mean? It's like, nah, nigga. there were other plans in the works. But like,
he wanted K-Dot and Schoolboy Q to be there to watch him back out of the beef in person. Is that what he's saying? Is that he wanted K-Dot to watch him remove himself from the battle in person?
All right.
But so,
because y'all all supposed to be on first person shooters together, right?
No,
was
not that we were all supposed to. No. So it's, I hate that with so many lies. You're actually saying
you here. I gotta ask.
With so many lies, you're actually saying things that are like half truths.
Okay,
you know what I mean? Like Drake's supposed to be coming to Dreamville Fest. Yes, half truth. Okay. He was always going to be coming to Dreamville Fest from when we was on tour together. Right. He had always like agreed to do that. Yeah. It was on.
So he said Drake and Kendrick were supposed to. Was this nigga gonna have everybody there in one place to watch him apologize and bow out of the beef? Were you really gonna play Drake to his face in front of everybody? That was your plan, Jermaine? To have Kendrick and Drake at the Dreamville Fest to watch you back out and lead the two of them after you. Maybe I'm just reading into this a little too much, but that's some grimy shit.
This situation that made him like, and he actually told me, he was like, and I appreciate him for doing this. He's like, yo, bro, it was after he didn't show up, but he was like, yo, bro, I didn't want to put you in this situation. Cause he could tell when me and him talked, he could tell my heart wasn't maybe equivalent to his. So he was like, yo, I didn't want to come down there and put you in a situation on that stage and say some shit that you would have to stand behind. You know what I mean? Ultimately, that's why he told me he didn't show up. So, and I'm like,
because he knew that he was going to say some
God
shit.
He didn't, because it left the space for me to receive what I was supposed to do. You know what I mean? But that's one.
And notice how he keeps pausing and dancing around the apology that took place. You got till April the 7th to get your shit together. Okay, so that was Dreamville Fest that he was at. He is really just looking crazy right now. He is really looking crazier and crazier the more he opens his mouth. Because he didn't want to pick a side. After he picked a side, he wanted to have his cake and eat it too, take his shots and leave. He wanted to throw his rocks and hide his body. Like, and you was just gonna have Drake and Kendrick there in person to watch you do this? I think that master manipulator line wasn't aimed at just Aubrey. That is some deep levels of diabolical shit. That is villain behavior. That
thing you said that was like a half truth. You just said another half truth, which was what was the other half?
He keeps talking about half truths.
All be on first person shooter together.
Why?
So I'm not gonna say we were all supposed to be. How it came to me was before that beat ever made it to me. I think Kendrick wanted that. I mean, I think Drake wanted that to be a him and Dot song.
Okay.
Like I think that's
okay.
What
So this is I remember.
was.
This
And
is
I
where
think
he says he wanted.
My interpretation is like
this is where Drake wanted FPS to be a song with him between him and K Dot, which is kind of creepy, but whatever.
Maybe when it wasn't moving fast enough or he wasn't getting the response he wanted, maybe he was like, let me hit Cole. Because I think Boy Wonder was pushing like, bro, you need to hit Cole, boom, boom. Mind you. So I never looked at that song like it was gonna be all of us. I thought it was me and Drake, and I just had the beat.
Okay.
There was nothing on it. I just had, and I felt mad pressure because I wanted to come through for him. You know what I mean? I felt like he showed up at Dreamville Fest the year before that. You know what I mean? I wanted to come through for him. I had to write that verse several times. You know what I mean? So that's a half truth kind of. But there's no part of.
So he says I had to write the truth. I had to write that verse several times. So out of several different iterations, you still came out your mouth and was throwing sneak disses at K-Dot? After all of the other rough drafts that you penned, your final copy was still you sneak dissing your supposed homeboy, the nigga that you were cool with, just because you were on the same song as his op? This is the biggest case of playing the field that I have ever seen in my entire life. This is like J. Cole. This is like if, let's say he was literally working with Drake and with Kendrick, but like when he was working with Drake, he tried to make it look like he was on Drake's side. And then tried to play the let's all be brothers, kumbaya shit when Kendrick got mad? What? Out of several versions of those verses, of that verse that you wrote on First Person Shooter, that was the final one that you ended up going up with. Okay. Alright, J. Cole. Okay, Jermaine. You really telling about yourself right now. All these half-truths that you've been talking about, these half-truths are starting to piece together and become whole truths. Nigga, it's the small things that are in between what you're actually saying that's starting to add up. It's not looking too hot for you right now, gang. You may as well just stop talking.
Of us making that song where it's like, yo, Kendrick was supposed to be on here. Nah, I just got.
And that goes back to what I said about exposing manipulators and liars and narcissists. Let them talk, because they will talk themselves into a hole every time.
Got a beat for Drake. I want to come through for him on his album. The clock was running, you know what I mean, and winding down. Boom, and I came. No, you said something about me saying. You said something about
getting a heads
no,
up.
Schoolboy Q. That's a complete lie.
Okay.
Ask Schoolboy Q. That's just like internet. Like, yo, that's a straight lie. And there's many of those. Many half truths and many way more straight lies. Like the Schoolboy Q shit is a straight lie. Like, of course. Shout out to Schoolboy Q. He not gonna come out.
You would know something about some half truths. I bet you told a lot of half truths in your lifetime, Jermaine.
Or just say it on his own, but it's like when you get a chance, ask him. It's a straight up lie. But you said something in the beginning how like on songs like.
Now Cole also addressed and denied dissing Jay-Z on his Fall Off album.
You was talking about the so-called kings or the so-called goats or whatever.
Yes.
Not saying that was a shot at Jay or whatever, but a lot of eyebrows were raised.
Of course,
I was like,
absolutely wasn't.
What was that about?
You know what's crazy is when the song dropped and people started saying what they're saying, it was the first time I was like, oh shit. I ain't mean it like that, but I didn't realize they would take it like that. But
you didn't realize they would take it like that? Come on, Jermaine. You're not stupid, bro. You're not ignorant. You're a rapper. You know how battle rap goes. Come on now. Let's not act brand new. Y'all hearing this, right? Y'all heard that come out of his own mouth. Oh, I didn't know that people would interpret it that way, even though that's how the fuck I wrote it. What?
I'm like, oh, I see what they're saying. But like, if you read it like that, if you read it a certain way, it's like, oh shit, why you say it like that? But it was not the intention.
What do you mean
in my mind,
if you
it was
read
just
it
like,
a certain way?
So-called king, like they do call.
Read the dictionary, fam. When you put the prefix so-called in front of a title, especially a title of such prominence as king or goat, greatest of all time, that diminishes the effectiveness of the noun. J. Cole, are we acting like we didn't go to school, brother? That you know the English language, you speak it fluently, you're a native. You should understand this. Come on now, let's not do that. Let's not do that. We're not gonna gaslight the fans into thinking that they misread something that you wrote. When you say so-called, you are literally saying, oh, they're a goat, but they're a so-called goat, which means that the title that they've given themselves is false. It's fake. It's pretend. It is just there for aesthetic. That is what you are implying when you put the words so-called with a hyphen in the middle before a noun, Jermaine. If I called you a so-called black person, that means I am diminishing your value as a black person. I am saying you are a phony, sir. So when you say these so-called kings and these so-called goats, that means every single person who has called themselves a king of this or the goat of this, you are diminishing their value and their contributions to have earned that title. You are taking a direct shot at anybody who uses those specific terms that you listed. Let's not act like we don't know how the English language works, Jermaine, because I took AP English, nigga. I know my grammar. There are people out. We're not stupid. We're not dumb. And I am genuinely insulted that these niggas are really going out here talking like we're stupid. Stop insulting our intelligence, bro. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? To where y'all just think you can play us to our faces and we're just supposed to take the shit lying down.
I call him a king. You know what I mean?
Right.
So-called, and I feel like there was a Biggie line in my mind that it's like, since then I'm like, nigga, that line don't exist. Like, there's a Biggie line.
Cole told y'all he don't read that part. That part. He has a master's degree. He knows what he's trying to do with his words. I didn't know he had a master's degree, actually. That's very interesting. Yeah, so with that knowledge, yeah, okay, J. Cole. We don't play stupid. Like, come on now. And that's not even me interpreting it a certain way. That's me taking your own words at face value. So that means if I'm taking what you just put on that verse at face value and I'm like, you said so-called goats and so-called kings? why you taking shots at them, J. Cole? And you're like, oh, you're just interpreting it that way. That's not how I meant it at all, even though that's what I wrote on the paper after several other rough drafts that I ended up not using. These niggas really think we're just ignorant.
But nah, it wasn't until they said that I was like, oh shit, that can't be taken a certain type of way.
Especially because you know what I mean, you're unabashed.
Now he's just pissing me off.
Nas Down's a big record, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm also
I didn't really want to hop on the J. Cole hate train because I've been watching Deleted's videos and I'm like, I don't really know what he did to deserve it. And as I started listening to the videos and going over his past and like just seeing the little subtle sneak shit that he's been doing all throughout the beef, I'm like, I'm really starting to side with the opposition here, Jermaine. You're not looking too hot. And now that I'm sitting here listening to him give his perspective about everything that's happened, I am starting not to like you more and more as a person, just because you are throwing off a lot of alarms right now. I've been around enough, what do they call them, pathological liars and narcissists to know and to spot one, and sociopath, just this type of antisocial behavior, this manipulative ass behavior. And he says it with such confidence too, which is the scary part. But yeah, no, you're setting off a lot of alarm bells right now. I don't like you.
Jay-Z same way. It's like literally, I say now signing my hero.
Yeah.
One of the like people hear that like I'm throwing a shot when really I'm saying a line like this. Now signing my hero, one of the so-called kings of this rap thing that I swear to usurp. That's the line where it's like I'm a young, just like Kobe trying to take MJ spot or something, or like trying to go at MJ. That's the line that.
Okay, but you still called him. You called him so-called. You didn't have to add that in there if that's the point that you wanted to make. You could have just given them 100% of their flowers without taking that sub. That was a subliminal. Like you're saying it was supposed to be me acknowledging that they're the greatest. Then why did you put the so-called in there, Jermaine? Why did you put? I know it was to like carry you into the next beat, but you could have chosen better words to carry you into the second part of that bar. Like even when you say it out loud, it just sounds like you're taking a shot, because when they go back and put everything together, at the end of the day, that's the adjective that you chose, nigga. Are we for real? Can we just act like we have a brain, please?
You could talk about and say something about.
I'm just getting
that.
mad.
I swear to you, sir.
Not
It's like,
mad.
of course, it's just me being a kid at that time in the rhyme. I'm putting you in the shoes of me as a teenager or whatever. That's
the
me
fuck
saying
ever,
like, yo,
Jermaine.
one day I'm gonna get there. And one day I'm gonna surpass you. And not just him. I was looking at everybody like that. You know what I mean? Like, so, but that line, particular, that phrase, so-called, I didn't mean it no type of way. But when people said it, I'm like, I see what y'all saying. But that was not the intention.
Well,
I feel you.
Have y'all?
Listen, man, I don't know about you guys, but me personally, I'm definitely enjoying these Cole interviews. It's very easy for us as fans, as media, to interpret certain things and put certain things out there about certain artists. So it's kind of dope when they actually come out to address all these rumors. So far, some of it have been true, but a lot of it seems like has been lies about Cole. What do you guys make of Cole coming out to debunk these two rumors about him?
Man, it's the subtle nuances in between his explanations that's throwing me off. And it's like this interview, the way that it's structured, it should work. It should be working right now. Because he's saying all the right things. He's giving the right energy. You know, he's doing everything correctly. But at the end of the day, it still comes off to us, the viewers, as off. It's not, it's something about it. The mask with each interview is slipping further and further and further. his stories are not adding up. The way that he's saying things, the mask is slipping. I don't agree with anything that you said, bro. I don't. And it's like I could disagree with you on certain opinions in the hip hop space and not and not hold any animosity towards you. But it's when you start trying to shift the blame onto other people, or when, details about how you moved in the shadows starts coming to the light, and when you start trying to position the fans as the instigators when you were the one who wrote the bar, that's when I start side-eyeing you and looking at you as and I start judging your character separate from it's not separate from the music, because the music is what caused it. I can't separate the art from the artist, because the artist is using the art to instigate and stir up shit. And then he's going back and gaslighting everybody and being like, no, that's not what happened. That's not what I meant at all. You wrote it. Clearly that's what you meant by it. Even as somebody who has enough of an idea of the English language to know that everything you say can and will be interpreted several different ways, but if the universal reception of your bar has a negative connotation to it, you can't just go back and say, oh, you guys are just misinterpreting it that way. That means that the point that you were trying to get across came across, and now you're just trying to do damage control to save your own ass. That's manipulative as hell, Cole. That's slimy. It's very slimy, very skeezy. I don't like it. Alright, we're gonna shift and take a break from you, Jermaine, because you're gonna make me mad. We're gonna pivot, because apparently Young Thug and Charleston White have gotten into a bit of a tizzy lately. They've gotten into a bit of a scuffle.
YouTube chicks.
You know what to do, chicks. I find, I have curiosity about things.
Hey man, sometimes you gotta let these folks know to stop playing with you. A lot of people get it confused, thinking they can just taunt you and disrespect you on the internet, but when they actually see you in real life, it's a whole different story. Now, notorious snitch Charleston White just ran into some issues. By now, every single person should know exactly how Charleston White operates. His entire business model is based off of pissing off rappers. That's how he gets bookings for streaming events and also for interviews and podcasts. The man is damn near a CIA agent at this point.
Wasn't he all linked up and buddy with Aiden Ross? This Charleston White guy? Wasn't he talking to Aiden? Or isn't he a collaborator, a frequent collaborator with him? I could have sworn that they were associated in some way, shape, or form.
His entire job is to antagonize and piss off rappers, hope the rapper actually responds back to him and tries to crash out, and by that time it's too late. The trap has already been set. Now he's going to do a tour on 10 different platforms talking about the situation. And once that's over, it's rinse and repeat with another rapper. Now on today's episode, Young Thugger was the victim. Apparently these guys were at one of Drewski's live shows, which by the way, I'm not sure why you would have Charleston White with other rappers on your guest list, especially knowing that most of these street rappers actually hate Charleston White. Drewski, you gotta...
Yeah, if you're that hated among the streets, I don't understand why you would allow him to mingle with these people that clearly don't. Okay. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a free world.
I know your personnel if you're gonna do some shit like this. Now, according to Charleston White...
Look at him. He just looks like a shit starter. He looks like an instigator. He has such youngest sibling syndrome. It's crazy. The type to always start shit, to always instigate, to get you in trouble, knowing that they'll get away with it because they're the baby. He has such fucking little piece of shit baby brother face. It's crazy. Look at him. He just looks like, yeah, I'm about to say a slur and blame it on you. And the best part is, I'll totally get away with it. That's the kind of energy he gives just in that picture.
Young Thug approached him with a threat. Here's what he said.
Jeffrey Williams, let me explain something to you, motherfucker. You on probation, right? You just approached me, threatening me. Your words was, we step on shit, okay? You didn't say I, you made it plural. You said we, so that's in cohorts. I mean a gang. You on probation. Then you had a fellow with you that was possessing a gun. You are not supposed to be around with people that had guns. Eyewitness, along with other witnesses, saw your friend with a short body with the fat, pudgy stomach that hangs above or over his waistline like a kangaroo pouch. The fat mother was clutching the gun. His exact words as he was clutching the gun or appearing to be clutching the gun. I assumed it was a gun. I think it was a gun.
He just singing like a canary right now. Bro is just squeak. That's all I hear from him right now, bro. He giving the whole damn police report. Damn. This is snitch city. Just snitching. That's all I hear is a bunch of yapping. All right, keep going.
Assault. His words was, don't lose your life in her. My words was, do it. Then other people came out and interfered. I proceeded to brandish the mace and pull out the mace and say to get mace. So I understand we was on a private airport's property, which is under the Federal Aviation Administration. So first thing Monday morning, because you said Jeffrey Williams on probation, aka King Slime, aka Young Thug, you said we step on shit. Your other brother, your goon with the gang chain, the YSL spider chain, pretending to clutch a gun as he was assuming to be brandishing and holding the gun, said don't lose your life. I am now in fear of my life.
Okay. He purposely goes and starts shit with a rapper, gets threatened, and he is such a Karen, bro. This is Karen White that we're listening to. Go ahead and put the blonde wig on and the fucking shitty eyeliner and the lipstick that doesn't match, because we got ourselves an entire Karen. Not that I like Jeffrey Williams. I am not a fan of him or his music. That album that he put out recently, the one that was named after the star or whatever, Ninja was more than enough for me. Ninja was just that was it. That was the first and last impression of Mr. Jeffrey Williams. First and last song that I will ever listen to by him.
God, I'm in contact with my attorney. First thing Monday morning, we will be going to the courts to file a restraining order against you for my protection. Not only that, I will be contacting the federal authorities.
Oh my
because
God.
You made a threat.
Yeah, he sounds just like a Karen. That's a whole Karen. I will be contacting the federal authorities because I am in fear of my life because you threatened me. Okay, Karen. All right, Karen White, go ahead.
While possessing a gun on federal property, a private airport, I'm pressing charges on you, Jeffrey. I know you're on probation. You fit to go to jail. I swear to God, you will. I'm doing everything because you got me afraid for my life. You are a gang leader. I don't even know why you was at the Drewski Could Have Been Love reunion. You wasn't on one episode, ugly mother. I don't even know what you were there for.
And then he's just talking shit. Such a fucking chihuahua, bro. You talking shit from inside the house that you ran into because the nigga bucked at you. He was just yipping. And Thug, he had to snarl at him. Bro ran to where he was safe Only to then turn around and keep talking shit. Like, tell me, in what universe does that make sense? That is such Karen behavior. My God.
Me. And you waited till I was by myself. You waited till I was by myself and approached me with a gang of guys, thinking that you was going to intimidate me and cause me to be in fear. And guess what? You did. Sure did.
Oh, he's just a proud Karen. He does not care. He is just snitching and proud. A proud narc. He is a professional narc. Okay.
And
this is what we're dealing with. All right,
cool. Guy said I would lose my life clutching the gun. I seen it and I saw it. And I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. You going to jail, bitch ass. And I'm contacting your probation officer. I'm sending her the video to show that you was there and you was with gang members. I got the pictures and the photos of every guy you was with. Swear
That's
to God,
crazy as fuck.
Yeah, no business bother me. But you got the right one, Jeffrey. Yeah. Jeffrey King Slime. Finna slime your ass right into Fannie Willie's hands, bitch ass. She already done tried to get you revo. Guess what I'm finna do? Get you a revocation hearing.
Damn.
I swear to God, I'm finna get you a revocation.
He's really trying to get this nigga locked
and
up.
Listen, I'm gonna tell exactly what happened. Detailed description. And you waited. Thought y'all gonna catch me by myself, and I will go cowboy, and I will by myself, bitch ass. And you nigga had every opportunity.
Oh, is this the video that he was talking about?
Upside my motherfucking head. Get what you didn't do? Nothing but make threats. And guess what it is? Against the law.
They ain't ready for that mate. That nigga told them.
Okay, so this is after he
now,
said
once
he pulled
again,
out the
this
mace.
is obviously Charleston White's side. We have not heard from Thugger or anybody from his crew regarding this situation. So at this point, we gotta take it with a grain of salt. Now, if I'm Thugger and I really wanted to do something to Charleston White, I would have just went to the bathroom or went outside to let my homies get to him. Me and you would never have a conversation. You're going to be talking to my homie's pistol. Now, I also gotta call out Charleston White. At a certain point in your shenanigans, you gotta decide if you're going to be the problem or stop the problem. A lot of these rappers do not say anything to you. You actually go out of your way to rage bait these guys. And then, even worse, the next day, we see you with white streamers being polite, acting nice to these guys.
Matter to me a lot, bro. You really do matter to me, and
okay,
I just
so
let you know that. So enjoy. This is called the Adamobile. I want to let you know, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, they should not. They should not have panned the camera over to him. Hold on. I want to go back.
The Adamobile. I want to let you know, bro.
He looked like a young old nigga.
So from time, we're gonna go shopping, we're gonna cut the camera off, we're gonna get freaky. Have a little freak off. Just a little freak off. Nothing crazy.
You stop this motherfucker right now. Let me out.
Essentially just dick riding.
Why he look like a...
to all you rap...
Why he look like that? Hey, yo, Aiden's wild as fuck for that. But at the same time, growing up on the internet, gay jokes are just... That's just customary on the internet, especially when it comes to men. The gayest shit that I've ever heard in my life all came from straight men. That's how you know that gay is a spectrum, and everybody's on it. We are all a little gay. Men, women, the in-betweeners, the translucents, the transformers. We're all a little gay at the end of the day. Why does his head look so big though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That nigga look like the Planters peanut wearing a chain.
rappers, please just ignore Charleston White. The man wants nothing but to see your downfall and to see you get tricked off the streets. You guys get in the comments below. What do you guys?
All right, so yeah, we'll take it with a grain of salt. You know, he's just it is what it is. He just wants to start trouble, clearly. And Thug, I hope Thug is smart enough not to engage. Clearly he's not, because you know he already got arrested one time and he was on the phone chatting in prison, so I don't have much hope. But he's clearly just wanting to start trouble because he's a troll. That's what he does. He just rage baits. He's like academics. But you know, the energy online when they're safe never matches the energy when they're being confronted. So just remember that. All right, we're moving on. We're spinning the block and going back to Drake. And this time, Charlemagne has been thrown into the ring. So we're gonna see what's going on with this.
You know what to do, I find, you know what, I like Chick Smooth. Chick Smooth is somebody I really enjoy listening to on YouTube.
Also, subscribe to Chick Smooth. I've been watching hella videos from his channel. Subscribe to this nigga, please, so that they don't cover my shit. Cause Chicks is a nigga that he's cool. He's cool people. So just subscribe, cause he's really on. He really stays on his shit with this news.
An intellectual curiosity about things.
Hey man, when battle rapping goes too far between two artists, who do we blame? The fans, the stands, or the artists themselves? Now last week we saw Jay-Z come out to make a statement that has everybody going crazy about it. Jay said, yo, after the Drake and Kendrick battle—
oh my god, that picture. He really is wearing like the little girl, the barrettes. He really had barrettes in his hair. Pink ones. And nobody thought that this was a little... Nobody thought that was a little zesty? Just a little bit? Just, okay.
I'm not so sure if we need to keep battle rapping anymore. Mainly because the stands on both sides took it way too far.
And I love the sparring and the music you get. But in this day and age, it's...
why does every time I look at Charlemagne's face, it's just... Have y'all ever heard somebody tell you somebody? Have you ever heard the insult, "You look easy to draw"? Charlemagne looks easy to draw. That's what I'm gonna say. He definitely looks very easy to draw. Like. Even the shittiest, most like not trying drawing that I could do of him, you would be able to tell it's him instantly. Cause the lips, the nose, the eyebrows, and that little tiny ass goatee. They'd be like, oh, that's Charlemagne. I'm like
so much negative stuff that comes with it. They almost wish it didn't happen. People that bringing people kids in it. Like, you know, I sound like you had
we've heard this part before.
And that right now, the first times in recent memory, or probably ever, that I've seen a lot of Jay-Z fans come out and disagree with him. And that right there let me know that Jay-Z was on some bullshit. Now, like I told you guys in the last videos, you cannot control the stance on either side. They're always going to be there. A lot of these fans look up to these artists, so of course they're going to embody the personality of the artist. And quite frankly, a lot of these stands are very parasocial. These guys think they're best friends with the artists they fuck with. And we see this kind of stand behavior between artist fans every single day on social media. Nicki Minaj fans and Cardi B fans have been engaging in a war for damn near 10 years now. The way some of these fans are able to dig up dirt, old pictures, old documents about the...
This is so true. Like, they grown-ass women, old enough to know better, grown-ass women hurling death threats at each other because of the artists that they choose to follow. Because any slight against Nicki is a slight against them as a person. And they take the highest offense anytime Nicki has come up in news for being on some absolute bullshit. They're just insane. All of them are. All the stands, the Barbs, the Beehive, the Swifties, I don't even know what Cardi B's fan base is called, we'll just call them the bodega baddies. They're all crazy. They're all psychopaths. All of them. And the fact that this has been continuing for a decade and the vitriol that is spewed at the other is still the same, nothing's changed. They haven't grown. They are just chronically mentally ill.
Other artists, some of these guys should actually be working for the CIA. There's already fire between the two fan bases, and that fire gets enraged every single time Nicki and Cardi B go at each other on social media. And that same logic still applies, especially towards this Drake and Kendrick battle. Even though we're now 2 years removed from the battle in 2024, because we see Drake still taking shots at Kendrick, TDE, and anybody else that went against him, we're still seeing crazy stand behavior to this day. Now, this week on Charlamagne and Schultz podcast, The Brilliant Idiots, Charlamagne responded to Jay-Z's comments about battle rapping going too far.
I don't know how Charlamagne can, in good faith, still be on a podcast with Andrew Schultz after the shit that came out of his mouth. I genuinely don't understand how you as a black man can be on a podcast with somebody like that. I don't know.
And he actually blamed Drake for it. And I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I think he's got a point. Here's what he said.
But you know what Jay-Z said? He's like, it turned fans. It's like, oh, if you're
it's amazing to watch. Longevity is great.
Amen.
When you have been long,
it's hard.
Respect consistency and long.
It's hard.
Man. Do you feel, this might transition us, but do you feel because of the battle between Jake and
who's Jake?
I'm sorry, Drake and Kendrick, that it's gonna mess up their longevity?
Oh my God.
No.
I feel like that was a subtle diss at him, calling him white boy Jake. Oh my God. All right, Andrew.
Kendrick.
Why would it mess?
Well, I mean, like,
not Drake either, man.
No, but you know what Jay-Z said? He's like, it turned fans. It's like, oh, if you're a fan of one, now you have to hate the other.
I don't even believe that's real. And you know that I didn't agree with Jay's take. I respected the take, and I understand where the take is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also a 56-year-old man's perspective. Can you pull that up? Pull that up.
You're just talking about Kendrick?
Yeah, pull that up so it's fresh in my mind. Have you seen this take yet, Andrew?
And I know the internet's not real, but it did seem like online it's like, hey, you got to pick a side.
So that's life. Why do we act like that's
no?
Not
But
life?
that's what I said.
I think I'm just looking at my kids' generation. So
me and Charlamagne
people,
are on the same
late teens, early
wavelength.
20s
Strangely enough,
Drake's undoubtedly the biggest artist of their generation.
Yeah.
There's nothing that's going to happen in any way is going to ultimately change how they think.
It's a 1A, 1B, guys. Like, stop. Kendrick is pretty big, bro. Kendrick got a Pulitzer Prize. Y'all got to stop.
Yo, my kids' lunchroom, they would all start singing God's Plan together or whatever. You know, like it was that.
It's a Catholic school.
Exactly.
Damn. Catholic school.
Damn.
New York
Okay,
City public school. New York City public school. No fucking Catholic school.
Why wouldn't a bunch of Jewish kids sing God's Plan?
Now it's a Jewish Catholic school. So yarmulkes and plaid skirts. I want to go to this school. I gotta check it out.
Well, maybe LA is like that for Kendrick.
The world is like that for Kendrick.
Yeah.
Why do y'all act? Listen, there was a time where Kendrick Lamar had the highest grossing tour of a solo rapper ever.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the Mr. Morale and the Big Stepper tour.
Right.
And I think this new tour that he just went on with SZA, even though it was him and SZA, that broke the record. But before that, it was just him.
Right.
Why do we act like Kendrick?
Just because y'all don't listen to Kendrick doesn't mean that he's not popping.
He got a Pulitzer Prize, Chris. Then records.
and he keeps bringing that up. Yes, Kendrick does in fact have a Pulitzer Prize. So what the fuck does that tell you about his pen game? Are we can niggas just acknowledge that the Pulitzer Prize wouldn't have been given to him if his lyrical talent didn't match the award? Like, does Drake have a Pulitzer? No. Out of every album that he's put out, he has more albums put out than Kendrick does. And Kendrick has a Pulitzer and he doesn't. And that, at its core, that is the crux of the entire battle. Quantity over quality. Anybody could just mass produce a bunch of hits that sound good to the algorithm. They can put out the flashy shit. You know, he can put out the aesthetic of it. You can mass produce songs that are cool to listen to. But it takes a special kind of patience to really construct a masterpiece. Like as an artist, you can't rush art because it's passionate, it's intimate, it comes from within, it comes from the soul. And so that's why, as you know, even though Drake has more hits and more albums or whatever, more sales, Kendrick's shit is timeless because he put time and spirit and passion and effort into his work. It's the difference between going out to eat McDonald's and eating a genuine home-cooked meal. Yeah, you can go get the cheap, quick, and easy shit, but that effort and that love and that intimacy that goes into a home-cooked meal, you will never forget that because that hits you here. That on a level that the quick and easy shit didn't. That's the point that I'm trying to make here. Drake is McDonald's, and Kendrick is home-cooked Thanksgiving at your grandma's house. You will never forget that shit. And ain't nobody coming to disrespect grandma's cooking, okay? Y'all not disrespecting the G-mas, the Mimas, the Abuelitas, the Obachans. No, you're not disrespecting them, okay? You because that's sacrilege. You would get actually smacked the fuck up for doing some shit like that.
You know, Tupac, God bless the dead, definitely went to hell on Biggie. He starts the song off saying, "That's why I up to you fat motherfucker." That was his ex, his wife, his mother, his children.
It wasn't the same reaction channel. There wasn't the same like reaction channel and like clipping economy that adds so much, gas to the flame.
But time out. You're right, but the Kendrick Drake battle is very unique. Kendrick and Drake battle would have probably been over a long time ago if somebody knew how to take an L. If Aubrey Graham just simply knew how to take an L and didn't do things like sue the record label.
No, I think the damage was done before that.
No.
And that is the crux of why everybody trying to paint Drake as the victim will never work. Because Drake fucked it up permanently the moment he issued a lawsuit against the record label after Not Like Us came out. He sued. And not just, he didn't sue once, he sued 3 times. 3. For the same song. You tried to weaponize the judicial system against hip-hop. Why the hell would... You really thought niggas were gonna rock with you on that, Drake? You really thought people were gonna applaud that decision? Like, yes, oh my god, yeah, you sue the hip-hop community, sue them harder. What logic? That doesn't make sense. That not even an ounce of logic in any of that. And now people are going around like, oh, you should feel sorry for Drake. His entire life was destroyed by this rap beef. Where? Where is his life being destroyed? Has he filed for bankruptcy yet? No. Has he sold any of his properties yet? No. He's in hella lawsuits, but he's able to pay them. You know why? Because he's damn near a fucking billionaire. Has any of these controversies that's come out damaged his money in any way? No. Because he's partnered with so many prominent rich assholes that every time his name comes up in some dirt, they're able to just sweep it under the rug. Write some numbers on a check and make the problem go away. Because that's the disconnect. Like, he is not the victim here. He told us that he was not the victim the moment he sued. No victim would go and sue an entire record label for losing a battle that arguably he started. Just thank you, Charlemagne, for saying the loud part even louder so that these niggas with selective amnesia can't gaslight the public into forgetting it.
He made it worse. He sued. I sat here on this podcast and told y'all he was going to sue.
Thank you.
In jest, sarcasm, sort of, kind of. When I'm right, it's not sarcasm. But so in jest, right? And he actually did. That is what made it worse. All of the things that have been happening after the fact, all of the Drake fan pages who still can't get over the fact that he just lost the rap battle. They're constantly digging up stuff, constantly trying to find stuff, constantly trying to, rewrite history just because your guy lost a rap battle.
Thank you.
Drake.
That's the issue here. That is the heart of the issue, is that Drake couldn't take the loss, and so by proxy, his hive mind isn't going to take the loss either. You have to understand that Drake, he is at the forefront of this hive mind of stans. While yes, this stans work separately from Drake, they also work in tandem with him. It's like a symbiote. They're like Venom. They operate the same. They're two different entities, yes, but they all share one conscious beat. Like they share a conscious thought. If Drake had just gone away, taken some time off, gone back to his music, started doing collaborations, working with other artists, doing a little bit of damage control, he would have come back and he would have still been at the same spot that he was at before the beef started. And it's like, yeah, people were gonna clown him for a little bit. They were gonna clown him, but eventually we would have moved on. And we would have forgotten about the Kendrick and Drake battle. But no. Aubrey, in his infinite wisdom, decided to drop a lawsuit. And then name nothing but black reactors in the lawsuit. You really thought you was just gonna shoot the black culture in the face like that, and you weren't gonna get any consequences? All right, I'm done, because I'll roast Drake. That is why I am a professional Drake hater. Not because he lost the battle, and I don't want to accept the fact that he lost, or that we won, and I don't want to just drop it just because I want Drake to suffer. No, he needs to be held accountable for his shitty behavior. And then he keeps sneak dissing everybody who's related to Kendrick in all of his stuff that he put out after the beef. He won't let it go. So by proxy, the stans won't let it go, because their God has he keeps exacerbating it. Thou shalt hate Kendrick and all of his fucking fans is still written in the commandment of Drake. So his stupid little loyal sheep-ass followers are going to keep abiding by that commandment. Drake has the choice of whether or not he can drop it. He just chooses not to, because he wants to keep the fire going. Anything to keep him relevant. Because he's obsessed with that attention. And he would rather get negative attention than no attention at all.
In a way that we've never seen before. None of us, we've never seen somebody sue after losing a rap battle.
Right.
That's what makes this seem nastier than what it is. Like,
this is all Drake's fault. The bots, the stans, the industry trying to rewrite the narrative. It's all Drake's fault. Yes, it is. And nobody wants to accept it. They keep trying to paint him as the victim. Like, you can't try to garner sympathy for somebody who shot themselves. And it's not like he didn't know that the gun was loaded. He didn't have the safety on, even though he was instructed multiple times to put the safety on and to not shoot this specific target. He chose to do that. He chose to take the battle in a different direction. He was warned multiple times by Kendrick Lamar not to engage in that category. Don't take it there. Keep it hip hop. Keep it competition. Don't get personal. Don't start attacking my family. Don't speak on the family, Crody. He was warned, and he still did it anyway. And now he's mad. Are you kidding me? If you tell a spoiled brat, this reminds me of a story. Story time. My dad told me a story about when he was installing security systems. And there was a specific house that he went to where he had to work with live wires, meaning that the wires had electricity running through them at the time. And so the person he was at, the client, had a toddler. And the toddler was known for getting into trouble because the mom was not paying attention. And the toddler tried to bite the live wire. And so he was able to get the child away from the wire twice. And even told the mom, hey, keep your child away from the live wires or else they could get hurt. The mother didn't listen because she's fucking stupid. And so, on the third time, you want to know what happened? My dad just was like, all right, you don't want me to do it? All right. You said, you yelled at me, you told me not to do it, you told me not to leave your kid alone, and you're the parent? Okay, you're the parent. So he sat back and he watched this child crawl all the way across the floor towards the live wire a third time. And he let him bite it. Because he knew that the voltage wasn't dangerous. It was like, because these wires were very small. They were like maybe barely a quarter inch. And so he let him bite it. And true to form, the kid got zapped. He got zapped. It is what it is. And the kid's screaming. The mom's losing her mind. She can't believe that he let it happen. And he looked at her and he said, I warned you, bitch. Let's get that out of the way right now. I warned you. I said, your child has tried to eat this wire twice, and I don't want them to get hurt. You told me to mind my fucking business. So that's what I did. Now you can't make me feel sorry for this little shit just because he ignored 2 warnings and went to bite the wire anyway. All he got was the consequences of his stupid behavior. So now you can't go back and be like, oh, he's the victim. You let that happen to him. You set him up for failure. No. That's not the same. Drake is that child who bit the live wire and got zapped, despite multiple warnings not to. He did it. And now he has to pay the consequences for his actions because he keeps biting the wire, even after he got zapped the first time. At this point, Drake, I think you're just a masochist. You're just a masochist. You just like it. You like the humiliation. You like the pain. You like the stress. You like the torture, the drama. You love it. It feeds some weird, sick, twisted desire inside of you from your lack of a parental figure, a lack of a paternal figure. Okay, we're just gonna continue because Charlamagne's cooking.
Called wild things in rap battles before, like we've seen people say, "I fucked your baby mom," and this person fucked your wife, and all. We've seen all of that before.
Right.
We've never seen nobody sue.
That's true.
Drake made it worse. Drake and Kendrick battle is not only the greatest rap battle of all time, it's the most unique rap battle of all time. We never saw anything like this. We never saw somebody like Kendrick. We said, who said it earlier? To the victor go to spoils. You said that, Chris? We've never seen anybody get a victory lap like Kendrick.
Yeah.
Grammy Awards for a diss record. Super Bowl halftime show because he had such a monster year. Followed up his diss record with an album, GNX, that was critically acclaimed and commercially successful. Go on tour around the world with the biggest R&B artists and fucking perform these records everywhere. Kendrick spiked the football 1,000,000 different times. We never saw anything like this, guys.
Thank you.
Like that, and like Jay can't even compare this battle to anything.
No,
There's
you
no
can't.
comparison for this. And
There's
I know
no battle like this. This is possibly the biggest, most game-changing rap battle in history. None can compare because it really was like, all right, 21 and older, trigger warning if you're too young to listen to adult shit. Close your ears. If you're too Christian, close your eyes. Cover your eyes, close your ears. Kendrick quite literally edged his entire fan base and the entire hip-hop culture for 10 years. And then just climax after climax after climax, just in rapid succession. It was like, I'm gonna make you wait for it, but it's gonna be worth the wait. Because he really made us wait almost a week before he dropped Euphoria. He let Drake talk his Cash Money shit. He had the hip-hop face, the hip-hop community begging him to respond. People were begging Kendrick to drop. Even Drake was begging him to drop. He said, drop, 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 drop. They were begging this man. Just S-tier alpha male dominant move number 1. Making your audience beg you to respond to a diss. Put out a sneak peek and then make them beg you for it. That's fucking devious work. Villain behavior. Only to then come out with 6 minutes just walking this nigga down. 6 minutes. And people listen to every single last minute of it. Every line. Just bam, shots, bam, shots. And he made us beg for it. Then Drake came out with his shit. But yeah, he really did, because he really did. Just after we begged him, he came out with Euphoria and then was just dropping. It was just, he really came in and was like, yeah, you want to beg so much, bitch, fucking pound him through the floor. We're just like, we can't do this anymore. And he was like, nah, you want to talk all that shit. Ladies, when you getting it put down on you and because you were talking Cash Money shit and you try to back out and you start negotiating with that nigga to stop and he's like, nah, ain't no stopping. You were talking all that shit and I let you talk that shit for a week. Nah, you getting the consequences of your action. It ain't no turning back now, bitch. You done gone too far. You can't go back. The door is closed. Close some doors. But that's what Kendrick did. Just diss track, diss track, diss track, diss track again, diss track, album, fucking Super Bowl announcement, GNX tour, Super Bowl halftime show, teasing another album, just Grammys. Like, come on now, this man is just, he's not stopping. He's not stopping, and we're terrified because we really begged this man to keep going. We were the ones instigating it. We were like, we want to see blood. And now that the nigga's not stopping, we're like, oh no, what have we done? This is the monster that we have created, y'all. This is it. Y'all asked for this. Yes, Drake is cooked, and he has nobody to blame but himself. 21 and over conversation is over, by the way, for all the people that were actually covering their ears.
Well, we're talking about and that's the other thing. He didn't acknowledge the artist in this, other than to say, yo, you might like this song, you might like that song. Both of these guys went to hell on each other.
Yeah.
You got one guy calling one dude a woman beater and saying that his wife is one of the kids is his best friend, and you got Kendrick saying he's a pedophile. Like, it was nasty, like rap battles are, but it was everything that happened after the battle that made this the most unique rap battle ever. So you can't say you don't want to see battles anymore.
Because as the battle was taking place, we weren't really, it hadn't ascended to legendary status yet. It was quite literally the biggest. Even back then, when it was happening, people were constantly comparing the rap battle to the beef between Jay-Z and Nas. They were like, this is the first major rap battle that we've had since Jay-Z and Nas. Every other conversation that was happening while the beef was still going on was Jay-Z and Nas. Jay-Z and Nas. This is the biggest rap battle since them. And now it's ascended so far to where you can't even compare it to that rap beef anymore because of everything that happened after Not Like Us dropped. Just, who would have thought? Who'd have fucking thunk?
Because of this situation. Because this is never going to happen again.
No, it's not.
This is never going to happen again.
I mean,
Even when
never say never. Lightning can and has struck twice. Lightning has struck several times in the same spot before. It's all up to chance, honestly.
Now, think about it.
Of course, something like this will happen again. Come on.
I don't know. And I'll tell you, because of the players.
This is an improvement in some ways.
Yeah.
Verb people use when somebody gets washed in the street. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the same thing with Kendrick and motherfucking Drake. I'm sure Drake has been places and heard say, oh, me, like, I'm sure he's gotten that so many times.
Every time, man. Even to this day, if I go on like a random hip-hop song and I hit mix, just a random shuffle pulling from hundreds of thousands of different songs in that same genre, Not Like Us is going to be on that list. There is a 85% chance that Not Like Us is popping up in your queue. It's done it for me plenty of times. I would listen to a completely unrelated song, and after a while it would make its way, and here comes Kendrick, and I'm like, where the fuck? Like, I was listening to Chris Brown, and now all of a sudden Not Like Us is in my queue. For what? But I'm not gonna skip it because it's a good song. Like, it's a banger. But that just goes to show you, man, like, it's gonna be there. Because it was such a legendary victory lap. Honestly. Everything that happened after the battle was amazing. And then just, it kept building momentum even after the battle was already over. That's why you can't compare it to any other rap beef. It's because the rap beefs before ended the moment there was a victor. This beef did not end after there was a victor, because the momentum didn't stop after the victor was declared. The momentum kept building because of all of K-Dot's upcoming projects and all of his endeavors, like the GNX tour, hitting Toronto first of all places, and then going over to wasn't he in Mexico? And then he hit Australia. Like, come on now. And then he comes out with the album right before he has to do the Super Bowl, and just, it was so much. It was so much that happened after that beef that's what ascended it to legendary status. And it was quite literally, that's why I can only compare it to a climax. It was an explosion of shit that we were not prepared for. We got there. We took a while to get there, but when we got there, it was worth it. And you can't simulate it again. Kendrick basically gave everybody the ultimate music-gasm, and now you will never feel that joy, that euphoria, ever again. Because it won't be the same. It won't ever be the same. You can't replicate it. That kind of lightning, you can't replicate it. Not to a T. Unless you just had to be there. It was really one of those, you just had to be there to witness it in real time. And I love that.
Like, I'm sure that shit sticks, just like Twitter fingers stuck to Meek.
Yeah.
So in great rap battles, there's going to be things that stick, but the artists have to learn to move on. If the artists move on, so will the fans. The only reason people haven't moved on in this situation is because of Drake.
Literally what I said.
I'm telling you. If Drake hadn't sued and made this the issue and all of that other shit,
Why'd I describe it like that? Because, but you know what I'm talking about, right? But you know what I'm talking about. It's the truth. I'm not lying, bro. People will understand because we're all deep down. We're all adults here. Okay, we're all adults who pay bills. Some of us have kids and families and shit. We're all adults here. Okay? And some of y'all are a little freaky. I know, a lot of y'all are a little freaky, actually. Not even some of y'all. Almost all of y'all are a little freaky. So if you understood exactly what I meant when I made that analogy, you can't judge me because you put it together. I just presented the idea. If you agree with me, that's not my fault. Don't blame me. Your brain put that shit together, not me. Boring beefs to look forward to. Yeah, because it will never, ever, ever hit the same as the Kendrick and Drake beef. It won't. And that's okay. And we have to live with that. We have to just, we can't chase that high again. Because then it's a slippery slope into addiction and obsession. We have to understand that it won't happen again. You can't force it. You just gotta accept the reality and move on and continue with life. Because life goes on. And you know, if you just find other pleasures in life. But you know, every now and again you can live through it. You can go back and listen to them and just to, I don't know, get that dopamine hit. But you just gotta understand that it's never gonna be the same. He just hit all the right spots a little too perfectly. And you can't replicate perfection. You just can't. And that's okay. There's nothing to be ashamed of about it. Talking to specifically the stans, it's okay. Like, you're good. It's not that deep. You're fine. You're not going to die because Drake lost a battle. Hell, like, nothing happened to Drake. He didn't get hands put on him. He didn't get poked up. He didn't get pew-pewed. Nothing. Nothing happened. His house got shot at, but for completely unrelated reasons. Just because he had, you know, prior beef with people because he was talking out of the side of his neck. He tried to say it was because of Kendrick. If y'all remember in the video I did about Whacked Out Murals, where I went through the entire timeline of everything that happened during and after the beef. Lunch break, sup, homegirl? What's good, Analog? We're talking about Drake. And I know, you're like, oh my god, this is exactly what Jay-Z was talking about. Well, we're talking about the fact that the reason why people keep talking about this battle is because Drake keeps talking about it. You know, he won't stop making jokes towards it. He won't stop making subliminal disses towards it. He won't stop sneak dissing. He won't stop pursuing this lawsuit. He one of those lawsuits is still active, by the way. 2 years after the fact, he is still in an ongoing lawsuit with UMG. Still, over the same issue. So why the fuck wouldn't people still be talking about it? The lawsuit is still going. And he tried to appeal it recently. He just tried to appeal the lawsuit and they said no. They said nah. So why are you getting mad at the fans for reacting to shit that he's doing? Come on now, let's not gaslight the public into thinking they're crazy. Drake is sheep music? Yes, Baba, black sheep. Clearly he didn't have any wool, cause you look goofy, Drake. You made an oopsie, and you just have a closet full of oopsies, because you don't want to accept the fact that you lost. You lost the battle, and you don't want to accept it. I don't know why you won't accept it, because you literally lost the battle against Pusha T, only to win the next battle you had against Meek Mill. Come on now, like, you could have just taken the L gracefully. But spoiled brat syndrome. It's fun what did Nunu say the other day? It's all fun and games until the rabbit has the gun. That's what this applies to. Yeah.
It'd have been gone. Really? If Drake wasn't sitting around, talking to his influencer friends and, telling them things, and they get on podcasts and on their streams and talk about it, like it would have been gone already.
But that's the thing. That's what the internet does. Yeah. There's a place for it.
And all right, so that's pretty much all of that. All right, so let's see. Are we spitting the block on Tyrese? Is Tyrese getting pulled into some drama with Joe Budden? Okay. Yeah, so I guess we'll... Do I really care, though? I mean, I did do a whole video on... I did do a whole video on Tyrese, so I'll give him his time.
You know what? I like Chick Smooth. Chick Smooth is curiosity about things.
Oh boy, here we go, you guys. Looks like Tyrese wants all the smoke with Joe Budden for clowning him over his versus performance. Now, a couple days ago, we had Tank versus Tyrese in the versus matchup. Great battle, very entertaining.
I remember
the
that
fans
popping
loved
up on my
it.
feed.
However, everybody knew Tank won. Tank just had the better records, better performance, and most importantly, Tank was not wearing a fucking turtleneck. Did we ever figure out why Tyrese was wearing a turtleneck that night?
You switch from the shiny, oh, you got a suede lapel. You still got on that turtleneck. You recycle that turtleneck. You should take on that turtleneck.
And he hit that bitch too. He hit that bitch perfect tune. Better take off that turtleneck. He hit the fuck out of that. Yeah, you know what? He won. Just off of, because Tyrese has an amazing voice. Don't get me wrong. I love Tyrese's voice. But there's something about that low tenor, that Marvin Sapp type, that rich fucking, ooh, should give you chills.
Time you feel like a takeoff, that turtleneck, you gon' suffocate in the
And I appreciate Tyrese being a good sport.
Now, despite taking an L, Tyrese still felt like he won the versus.
Getting clowned about the turtleneck is wild. Like, why did you? In a cramped, stuffy ass building. Like, I would have worn something loose. You saw Tank was wearing the fucking, he was wearing a tank top, and then I can't remember what the kind of, like the polo shirts or something like that. He was wearing a blazer on top. Like, he didn't give a fuck. And it's all that hot ass breath, a whole bunch of people sweating, all them lights and shit. And you wore a turtleneck and a black turtleneck? You was trying to kill yourself on that stage. Just, heat stroke is very real, y'all. And the thing not to do is go into a venue where it's very crowded and there's a lot of hot breath. Be on a stage where there's like 80 degrees worth of lights being shined on you from multiple angles, and then don't wear fabric that absorbs heat. Dog. That's why people don't wear black outside, because black absorbs, it doesn't reflect it absorbs heat. And then like a cotton turtleneck too, or we really just not valuing our safety here. Cotton.
I'm independent because I won. Stream the Beautiful Pain album right now. Because you won. Go to Tyrese.tv and buy and support my vinyls. Listen to what he's saying. Please go get his album for the love of God.
Well, on the most recent Joe Budden podcast, episode 915, despite Tyrese being on his show a couple years ago, Joe Budden did not spare Tyrese or his feelings. Joe Budden
I don't
not
know.
only
It
clowned
kind of feels
Tyrese-
like he was just joking about it. Like, I know he probably took the L in grace, but like, I feel like that was just a joke. It didn't even seem like he was genuinely serious about it, because he was smiling the whole time. Like, even when Tank shot back, he was still smiling.
but he absolutely went in on him for taking the L.
And I forgot to come in here the last pod and say, hey, I think that Tank is going to completely put belt to ass on Tyrese. And I wouldn't have been saying that because I spoke to Tank. Tyrese is coming off of Transformers, Fast and Furious, some other big franchise. So in the group,
he the alpha in the group.
Yeah, well, that's where the fight is. Yes. You are the star on some movie star shit, and you have the most money. You may not be the most talented, but you have the biggest hits. Right. But you in the group with, and I felt for Tank, because I'm looking at Tyrese be a nut on stage, and you know Genuine is a nut on stage. Can you imagine being in a group with two fucking nuts?
One drunk.
Like, I felt for Tank.
God.
I felt for Tyrese though when Tank started talking about he can't sell hard tickets. I felt like his soul left his body.
That's where I was getting to. So in 2014, movie star, you got this, you got the bigger hits. It's nothing for Tank to do but kind of be humble. Not so much today. We done kind of forgot about Fast and Furious. That money is spent. Transformers is over. Yeah. So when he said, yo, that movie shit, you can't tour, and you don't tour, and you don't have hard tickets, those snaps wouldn't have worked in 2013. Today, boy, they hit hard. And you could tell that Tyrese is a bit insecure. His performance just came off. He seemed more insecure than I've ever seen him before. One. And two, I don't know why these artists that do verses don't seem to be familiar with their catalog either. I don't know what the fuck Tyrese was up there playing. And I'm a Tyrese fan. I got all the albums. Some of them shit.
But he didn't play.
I'm like, yo, dog, if you playing features, why you not doing Best Man? Best Man is a song that people know that it's respected. It takes you on a ride, takes you to the movie. Do Best Man. Why are we not doing Signs of Lovemaking?
That's crazy.
I had that as a guaranteed point, damn near.
That is a very good point that he's bringing up, though. Like, if you're gonna do a versus where you're comparing your best works, why wouldn't you bring your best work to the table? You know, that seems like it's just a given. That seems mandatory. You know, you don't put all the hits out there at once. You mix it in there. You throw some of your B-side stuff, your lesser known shit in between, but you always bring the songs that people most associate you with. That's just mandatory. So I understand what he's saying there. Joe Budden shouldn't talk. He shouldn't, but he does. So unfortunately, he's been doing this for a very long time. So he is a master at just talking and not giving a fuck what people have to say.
Tyrese whenever it came on, and he skipped it.
He waited too long to perform it.
He didn't perform it.
I thought I heard it.
You did not hear Signs of Lovemaking.
He said the Zodiac Signs. No, he performed it.
I didn't hear it. That is fire. Sorry.
Let me tell you something. If it wasn't contentious, that's fire. You could tell anybody watching that there was a little bit of tension and friction. The second you would have for the next nigga, I wouldn't have paid them niggas.
Tyrese is
funny as shit.
I don't know what math Tyrese be doing, but we got to get rid of the you performing in hotel lobbies as an insult.
You could tell.
And Tank flipped it on some. No, I perform wherever the fans are. Right.
Ooh.
He answered that perfectly. First of all, Tank is always on the road. He's on the road. Everything Amani just said is true. He just came off the road.
That's how you play the game. if people want to clown you for your status, you flip that bitch on him and be like, yeah, I perform in hotels, but I perform where the real fans are, Tyrese. Because people respect me. I may not be as widely known as you, but I have more I can turn my back to my fan base and not have to worry about them jamming a knife into it. Can you do that? Can you honestly say that you feel the same way about your fan base? Oh, yeah, he won just off of that rebuttal alone. Oh my God.
We
Okay.
just seen him in DC, karaoke, and all that shit. So he's on the fucking road. 1, 2. They not small places. They 3,000, 3,500 amp you fucking theaters that city to city he's selling out. I don't know why Tyrese
2 and 3 nights in the same city.
See, Tyrese is unaware. He tried to clown his that shirt that Tank was wearing. It's the chrome heart, that look. My mom hit me and said, this shirt is too big. I said, by the end of this, he won't have a shirt on. But he didn't have to take his shirt off. He didn't break a sweat. This is why I knew Tyrese was losing. When he kept saying, what the fuck did he keep saying up there? Yeah, I don't normally perform this one. This is one of these joints that my fans been asking me to perform for years.
Right.
Oh, so you either that or you are clear that you getting a foot up your ass, and now we just getting every disclaimer in the world.
This black top bag ain't gonna work.
Singing with me and not sing lead and not get a standout moment. You know what I'm saying? Like when you sing with Tyrese, you gotta let Tyrese do all the lead singing. When you sing with Tank, you get to sing lead.
Okay, that's nice. That gotta be nice. Okay, that's nice. That's dope. Well, listen, man, you did exactly what me and everybody up here thought you would do. Belt to absolute ass. But I mean, R&B wins at the end of the day. TGT fans win at the end of the day. So that was really good to see. Proud of both of you.
And that's also what I'm happy about too. Is just that R&B is still going strong and is still unapologetically black. They've been trying to whitewash it for a while now, and it has just not been working. It has not been working. Every time they paint a layer of white on top, somebody goes and smudges that bitch right off, cleans that shit with the pine sol and everything. And it's like, the bitch is black. Okay? This R&B, this is black. This is rooted in black. Y'all not gonna come in here and gentrify this. Y'all tried to smuggle raisins into the potato salad? You are a terrorist, and we do not negotiate with terrorists. Thank you. But enough about that. Apparently Tyrese felt the type of way. Do I even want to see his response? Not necessarily. Because I know it's just going to be a bunch of hurt baby man ego. So that's one of the only times where I'll take anything that Joe Budden says at face value. R&B has a bunch of blue eyes. It's just that a ton of them bands are not commercial. And they think that just because they don't achieve the same level of fame or the same level of widespread recognition as them, that they're not still successful. Like, there are other... And it's the fact that Tank was like, yeah, I perform where my fans are. Because I love having that deep, intimate, personal relationship with my fan base. It's like, yeah, a lot of people can see me on a screen and support me, but these people have been rocking with me before my name was even out there. So, of course, at the end of the day, they're going to matter the most because they are the heartbeat of what I do. And I very much respect that. I respect that. I love shit like that. Yeah, music is music. But like R&B at its core, we won't gatekeep it because there are a few blue eyes in the R&B space that we have claimed. We claimed them that they're good. They're black. Like, I don't know which, they just got vitiligo, like I said. Bobby Caldwell, that he just got vitiligo. John B, vitiligo. That he's just light-skinned. But yeah, Eminem, he's not R&B, he's hip hop, but still, that's black. He just has vitiligo. No, you're good. But yeah, rhythm and blues has always been rooted in black culture. And so when, people try to brighten it up and try to change the way that R&B is represented, and they try to essentially rewrite history, that's when it becomes a problem. Which is why Jack Harlow was, that's why people were so repulsed by what he said, because it proved that he was exactly what I was just describing, that he didn't really care about the genre as a whole. He only cared about what he could get out of it. And you knew that was the case because when they quizzed him on the R&B albums, like famous R&B songs, he didn't know none one of them. Not one, not a single one. You knew he grew up listening to the Jonas Brothers, Katy Perry, Demi Lovato, Maroon 5, Green Day. He had never heard of a Lauryn Hill or a Jaheim or a Music Soul Child. The fuck? But at the end of the day, we are very open to who comes in if they genuinely care about it. That's all we want, is that the people who are entering the R&B space from the outside just have a genuine love and care and respect. Come into the culture with respect. That is all we ask for, is respect. Aretha Franklin said it 50 goddamn years ago, and somehow these niggas still can't seem to get the message. That's all we want. When you come into our spaces, respect our culture the same way as if you were to go to Japan, or if you were to go to Sweden, or if you were to go to the Middle East, Africa. You can respect their fucking cultures. So what's stopping you from respecting ours? Make it make sense, y'all. Make it make sense. You can respect every other country's fucking cultures, but you can't respect the cultures that exist within your own goddamn country. Okay. I'm just saying.
YouTube.
Since we want to act ignorant.
Get ready.
You know what to do, chill.
I find, I like Chick Smooth. Chick Smooth is somebody I really enjoy listening to on YouTube because Chick just got an intellectual curiosity about things.
Oh man, say it ain't so, you guys. They got him. They got Joe Budden in the spin cycle. Now, one of the many downfalls about podcasting is that you talk so much every single day, every single week, that eventually the truth about how you really feel about somebody is always going to show. Somebody go get Punch TDE on the phone. Somebody go call my man's AD from Community. We gotta resolve this issue ASAP. Now, after Jay-Z's interview last week with GQ, a lot of people started having discourse about the outlets and platform that he chose. A lot of people criticized Jay-Z for sitting down with GQ and not giving his man's Memphis Bleek, who just started his own podcast, an interview. Now, of course, Jay-Z could have sat down with anybody and the interview would still do great numbers. Right. Why he chose GQ to sit down with as opposed to other platforms, that's completely up to him. And even Memphis Bleek himself really doesn't care that Jay did not sit with him. He responded back to somebody on Twitter that said, no matter who Ho sat with, y'all would have something to complain about had he sat with Bleek. Niggas would be like, of course he sat with his friend. He wasn't trying to ask him tough questions. Don't try to make this a friendship issue. Y'all was gonna complain regardless. Bleek responded back saying, yes, all facts. And I'm not asking nothing they want to hear. I'm asking Jay, why you ain't passed that Billy plug yet? And he's right. A lot of times, the legacy media platforms will only ask questions relating back to the 90s when Jay was selling drugs. We don't want to hear that shit in 2026. Me personally, I thought the guy that Jay did the interview with, Frazier, he was actually a pretty good interviewer. He asked Jay a lot of relevant questions that people have been wondering. If anybody wanted to hear about Jay's drug dealing past, y'all go listen to his old records. Now, on the Joe Budden podcast Patreon, they were discussing this topic, and while Joe Budden was addressing it, he actually called out Kendrick Lamar and SZA for really only sitting down and doing interviews with white platforms. Here's what they said.
That was probably just the setting that he was trying to choose. When you somebody high up, you could pick what type of interview you want to have.
Come on, say that stupid Memphis Bleak shit you said.
I didn't say Memphis Bleak, but what happened was what was going on the internet was people saying, like, how would you have your man have a podcast and you do it for GQ when Bleak just started a podcast? But outside of Bleak, the bigger argument for people was
frustration. Did y'all hear that? That was okay. Here this nigga go again. He about to say some more stupid shit, and he's about to make me look even worse. All right.
There's a lot of independent
but
folks,
I can't
a lot of black
say
folk.
nothing
If you're
because that
championing
nigga signs
black
my paycheck.
entrepreneurship, black self-determination, all this other shit, why would you do the one interview you're going to do in the next 5 years? Why would you do it with GQ and not with somebody from the culture? That was a lot of people's criticism.
But Frazier is the culture. I just think he's an employee for GQ. They gave him a cover. They did a photo shoot. It makes sense.
Yeah, but the question wasn't so much like, could you do it with why'd you do it with a black
White
reporter?
publication.
Yeah, it was.
So what he's about to do?
About the outlet.
For platform. For Black
Yeah.
Beat? He was going to do it for Black Beat. He was going to do it for, you know what I'm
But
saying?
here's the thing: if you're Jay-Z, I mean, and I'm not necessarily, I'm not that invested in the argument, but Jay-Z's gonna get 1 million views in a day, no matter where he does it.
Facts. True.
So GQ's not doing Jay-Z a favor. I get why some people go to the big outlets because they need to look. If Jay-Z came here, if Jay-Z went on my platform, if Jay-Z went on your platform, whatever, like yours, whatever, like he still would get the same views.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that.
I don't like that argument.
I agree with Mark. Jay-Z could go to talk to my next door neighbor. The quotes are going to go viral.
Agree with that, but it's going to be a big difference between 1 million or 2 million views and 300 million.
If he goes and sits with Shannon or us or Nori or something, it's going to get bigger numbers off Rip. Just because the size of that platform already.
Boom. So why not do it? I'm not saying.
Here's where he's wrong about that. Why is this? If you're trying to look at it from a numbers game, it's like, yeah, Jay-Z can go wherever he wants and get like millions of views at minimum. That is the threshold. That is the minimum that he will get because of the simple fact that he is Jay-Z. But then you also have to understand the audiences that he's tapping into depending on what platform he goes to. If you're going on to somewhere like Forbes, yes, you are attracting people from Jay-Z's fan base and from hip-hop's fan base and from rap's fan base and from the 90s fan base, but you're also tapping into the audience of people who are subscribed to Forbes, the channel, for other reasons. And Forbes is a gigantic publication. If you make it onto the Forbes list, you have achieved S-tier status. You are now among the elites. And Forbes is a company that's always catered to, monitored, and ran the elites. So it's people who are interested in that sort of thing are typically more business-oriented people, not music-oriented like Jay-Z's fan base is. So you're tapping into a much broader fan base that isn't isolated to purely hip-hop. You are interacting and tapping into the real fucking world. So yes, where you go is absolutely necessary when you're trying to get your name out there. GQ is a perfect example. It is up there with Forbes and Time Magazine and like fucking Entertainment Weekly. And honestly, TMZ is on its way to being up there because TMZ's been around for almost 2 decades. So it absolutely matters where you're interviewing, especially when you're an artist that big. And it's like, wow, yes, you can already guarantee millions of views. That depending on what platform you're on, him choosing GQ tripled the amount that he was able to get. He could have just had 30 million views and left it at that. But no, that magnified his views, specifically because of the audiences that he was tapping into. So that y'all niggas just be saying anything and just being loud and wrong all the time. And then people look up to y'all, and people really are taking your words at face value. They're taking your words to heart. Just sitting up there being wrong. That's why half the people that were there didn't agree with him, because he was talking out of his ass. It's about reaching folks who normally wouldn't listen to rap music. Yes, because it pulls them in. Because at the end of the day, everybody likes music. And when you see rap music starting to bleed into the business world and the real world, where it's typically more upper middle class, uptight, more refined, we'll use air quotes on that, bougie, fucking uppity ass white predominant America here, they're seeing this start to bleed in, and they're like, what the fuck is that? And then they're gonna get curious, and they're gonna look at it, and they're gonna follow that trail back, and then they're like, oh shit, there's a whole world that I've never seen before that's just been living right here under my nose the whole time. That's how you breed curiosity. That's how you expand your reaches. That's just business. And you are somebody who has a business with this podcast, and even you don't understand. That's basic business 101. Like, whatever.
He should, but I'm just saying that why shouldn't he?
Because he can. I think it was the setting. I think it was just the setting that he was looking for.
And we don't come along with photoshops and pictures and a spread. He had a spread in GQ.
And also to hold defense, he sat down with Ellie and B. Dot. He sat down with New York Times. He's done a Breakfast Club interview.
All of them.
He's literally done almost all of them. So I mean, how at what point can he not just pop it, get his shit off, get his art shit off?
Yeah. I'm not mad at the GQ choice. I'm just telling you that we were just talking about before the show what a lot of responses to were to the interview.
I think the moment is too big right now. It's anniversaries for two projects that are really important.
That really sounds like copium. To me, I don't know if y'all are interpreting, but all I hear is coping. I hear a bunch of coping from him right now because Jay-Z didn't come onto his podcast, or because Jay-Z won't go to podcasts like his, or fucking even this I forget the person's name already, the smaller one. He's like, why do you think you're too big for us? That's what it is envy. That's prime envy. Look what Danger Mouse did in the early 90s. He took Jay-Z's Black Album and the Beatles' White Album and fused them to make the Grey Album. Turned people onto Jay-Z and the Beatles. See what I mean? When you tap into different audiences, you bring in more people. You bring in like-minded people who exist in these different worlds who just didn't have anything to lead them to your stuff. They didn't have that tether. And by expanding your reaches and further, pushing your image and yourself and your likeness and your personality out there, it brings in more people. You tap into wider audiences. And it's not even based on color. Skin color doesn't have fuck all to do with it. Because there are plenty of white people who exist in the hip-hop space right now, who have always existed into it. And there are black people who exist in other spaces who have always existed in it. They just never bridged those gaps. They never crossed over. And that's what K-Dot did. He tapped into the mainstream audience. And and I would argue the biggest mainstream audience, the Super Bowl audience. And he further expanded his reaches. He literally brought in the masses. But just with one diss track, united the whole world. Think about that. That's fucking insane. Actually. Yeah, but so I don't know. I think Joe is a little salty. And he's dancing around the bush like an entire woman, where she doesn't want to say what the actual problem is because she knows she's gonna crash out. So she's trying to like hint at it. It's like a game of Clue. And right now, Joe, you're
I
coping.
think you have to go sit where it's going to make
you already.
Bro, you went inside with the New York Times.
Yeah, that's it. That alone is enough for me to say, like, this moment is here for me to take this type of shit to this platform. There might be another time, like you said, he's done beat out of Elliot. He's done the shit where he's giving back. This moment is too big for us to play around with, us considering him branding another podcast.
Yeah, all that criticism about fucking you supposed to be pro culture, but you sit over here. Yeah, I understand it when it come to Kendrick and SZA.
Yeah.
Those are two motherfuckers that you're gonna see on all the white outlets and never see with black people. And I done told them that.
What?
I done told all the TV niggas.
Really? That's the narrative we're trying to push,
but
Joe?
Hov, like you said, sat with
everybody.
Yeah.
That's the narrative we're trying to push?
Yeah, I got the clip.
Let's also value legacy brands too.
Now, Joe caught a lot of heat from people on social media. Somebody said, what the fuck does Kendrick have to do with a Jay-Z interview?
Thank you.
By the way, Kendrick has sat down with Big Boy, Sway, Teray, Erykah Badu, GQ, and more. Joe is just angry that Kendrick doesn't want to come on his podcast and do a 2-hour gossip-long session about Drake and the beef. Another person said Joe Budden really wanted that Kendrick interview. He's done the exact same black media outlets that Jay has. Now, Joe is my guy, but we gotta call a spade a spade. During the battle, Joe was very much pro-Kendrick. He said plenty of times that he just wanted to be around Kendrick to give him a hug.
Kendrick Lamar, the universe is going to bring us together.
You want that hug so bad.
Because I believe in the power of the universe. I was supposed to just go to the pop-out show like you did and get my hug. I need this transfer of energy.
Ew, I don't like that. I don't like that. He is the where my hug at type of dude. I can see why you're single. I see it. Right there. That told me everything I needed to know. Ew. 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 Ah. Sickness. I rebuke in the name of God. No. Men, don't do that. What he just did. Don't say that shit. Don't do that. Whether it's a man, woman, whatever. Don't do it. Don't say that. That is the creepiest, cringiest shit you could ever say about anybody. That is energy vampire dialogue right there. Very obvious energy vampire. If somebody says with their entire chest, hey, where my hug at? And you don't even know who they are. You don't even know, you've never been around them. You don't know their likes, their dislikes. Run away from them. Get as far away from them as humanly possible. That is not okay. That is a red flag. That wasn't a flag. That was a red banner. A red fucking banner, bro. Oh my God. I hated everything about that. That literally made me almost gag. It made me gag. I almost puked.
At the moment,
I know you said you need to get your Chris Brown hug. You got that?
Got a hug. Chris Brown did that.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Reed. I thought I'm glad I'm not crazy here. Ew, your hug list.
Kendrick on my hug list.
And from what it seems like, Joe was in line to get the next Kendrick Lamar interview. Now, whatever happened between then and now, we have no clue.
Y'all all know the type, the where my hug at, the ones and they be the ugliest, dirtiest, grimiest, most fucking out of shape looking, greasiest niggas on the planet, and they be talking about some where my hug at. Like, nigga, who the fuck are you? That offended me as a person. Ew.
But obviously, Joe did not get the interview, which, if we're being honest, yeah, Joe does feel some kind of way about it. I'm not sure why Kendrick decided not to do the Joe Budden podcast. Maybe
you don't know why. You don't know why. Cause all right, Chigs. Well, we could continue acting ignorant, but I wasn't born yesterday. All right. I know an energy vampire when I see one, when I hear them. Because they expose themselves every time without fail. That was gross. And like, and I know you can interpret that as a joke, but just that gave off such toxic, cringy ass, where my hug at energy. I hated that. As a woman and as a person who loves music, not even as a K-Dot fan, like that offended me as a person. My fight or flight senses almost triggered listening to that shit. That was horrifying. Don't be like that, men. Don't do that. It's never that deep. It's not. It's really not. If somebody says they want your energy, run away, run from them. They are a monster, bro. They are radioactive, and they are going to sap all of the joy and all of the energy from you until there's nothing left. Run away as far as you can. That is a demon. Demonio. Evil. Emotional damage. Yeah. Alright, I need a palate cleanser from that. We're gonna go ahead and switch gears. So, for those who have been watching my channel, y'all know that I have been covering the poetic justice theory quite a lot. And I've been keeping track of Mr. Reed and his videos, and every time something new drops on the poetic justice theory, my ass is right there by default because I've gone too deep into the rabbit hole to turn back now. In my last couple of videos about this, I came to the conclusion that Kendrick did in fact write the entirety of Poetic Justice, based solely on the writing techniques and the grammar choices that were used in both Kendrick and Drake's verses. I also came to the conclusion that if Drake did write that verse on Poetic Justice Theory, then that was the biggest case of self-snitching that we have ever seen in the hip-hop space. Ever. That he low-key snitched on himself and painted himself as an obsessed, sex-obsessed, gaslighting, manipulative, narcissistic womanizer. But Drake wouldn't do that to himself. I hear you saying. He wouldn't do that to himself on his own, on a song with Kendrick. He had him on his album. He wouldn't do that. And then I proved that Kendrick did in fact write both verses by going through and pointing out all of the discrepancies in the pimply-faced stepchild of the rap beef that is known as the Sharp Part 6. Nobody acknowledges them. They are the freak, the one that's the one you found out is a furry and is into some weird shit. They're the ones that are not invited to the family reunion. Not for the safety of everybody involved. And I went through line by line, and I discovered discrepancies that only happened between 2 lines. Barely 3. And I'm like, how is it that Drake can contradict himself 3 lines after he makes his first rebuttal? And then went on to, document all of the other mistakes that he made. How can y'all sit there and say that he did in fact write his Poetic Justice verse when it was evident that The Sharp Part 6 was the only one where Drake was the only writer. The only one. Because none of his ghostwriters would have written, they wouldn't have wrote that shit. The shit that he put in there, they wouldn't have advised him to put that out. They'd have been like, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't write that. No, I wouldn't say that. This, the I'm too famous to be a pet, I wouldn't say that. Nope, don't say it. Don't say nothing. The mother I sobered? No, that's not. No, don't say that. That's what that's how you know that he was flying solo. The whole time, that entire song. So, I started watching a bit of it already. Just cause, I got a sneak peek of it. I came home from work one day, and I was able to sit down and actually, like, watch a little bit of it. But, I am going to be going into this video. It's 2 hours long, so I'm not going to do the whole thing. I want to encourage you guys to go in and watch it for yourself. But before I get into that, I will be right back because bitch gotta go to the bathroom. It is what it is. Okay, I'm back. But we're about to go ahead and get into this. Now, if you haven't seen part 1 and part 2, I highly recommend that you go and watch them because they are absolutely amazing. They've done, here's the M. Reed report. Oh, he changed the name. You changed it to the M. Reed report? Okay, I like that. I like that name change. The M. Reed report. Subscribe to that channel. Subscribe to him, please, because the content that he's put out already, very in-depth. The research that was done and just the in-depth knowledge, it really is like we going to school. But like it's in the best way because it's shit that you actually care about. Because we're talking about Kendrick and how he bodied Drake. Like it's so interesting. I'm just like, oh my God. It's like going to school and analyzing a lyrical homicide. Like this shit is amazing. So please go show his channel support. On God, like this, I can't praise it enough. And shout out to Anthony Imbrunoni once again, because every time I do one of these, I gotta make sure I give credit where credit is due. Thank you so much for including me into this conversation. I love theory crafting. I love comparing ideas and comparing notes and comparing evidence. It has been an absolute honor being able to actually communicate with you about this. And it's an honor that you saw my little video out of the sea of videos that reacted to it and showed a genuine interest. I genuinely can't thank you and Des enough. So without further ado, we are going to get into it.
Popular pie plant pictured here.
Oh shit, hold on. Cinematic? Respect the art form.
You know, good kid, man. City, that's really my lifestyle, and that's not really me talking about myself, but it's talking about the people that was around me. I feel like we all good kids. You know, we put in this world and we didn't have a bad conscience. Things that we've seen make us into these bad, do these bad activities. But at the end of the day, we all good kids, and what really separated me from everybody else, the fact, I was allowed to dream.
Look at him.
Kid,
such a cutie patootie.
Have a father, and know that, a mother.
He really did know what he wanted.
So when you hear all these intricate raps, it's just me being a dreamer, along with the street things that I've seen and putting them together. And what happens is, it gave me a whole lane that nobody really went up.
You tell this was recorded on an old camera.
Take toward that because
it's like a home video. I love this.
Nobody just never really told the story the way I'm gonna tell it. I really, really, really came into my own like this past 2 years. Like I was.
It's so nice seeing his perspective on it, because we very rarely get to see his perspective on things, especially today. So just going back and seeing everything that he talked about in his interviews and everything, it really gives you that insight into him and his craft and his passion that you can't really get today, because it's not easily accessible anymore. Oh my god, I love this.
Found something that nobody is doing, and that's my whole thing. I don't want to be like nobody else. I want everything I do to be official. Let me try to do something different. I'm challenging myself not to use the same pattern that everybody uses. I can do that. I can do that. Everybody using that flow, and I recognize that. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go around that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do somewhere, it feels like my subconscious is talking to me. Open your mind up and listen to me, Kendrick. Yeah. Your conscious is everything. You will be history. Everything fall on the snare. And
God damn it! His mannerisms remind me so much of my brothers. Oh my god! Just in the way he did that, like. I literally just feel like I'm sitting here listening to my brother talk about his music. And it's not like I'm not understanding, because I'm a musician too. Like I compose music, I play it, I play instruments, I sing. Like music is just, oh my god. And it's certain inflections. You can always tell when somebody's really passionate about what they do. Just I love this.
Originality and not biting off each other, but challenging each other, to elevate the game.
Just another player with lots of game. Never had shit, got lost, game.
Peace and love, y'all. We're back for part 3 in our series, How to Decipher Poetic Justice, Seeds of Money Trees. Before we get into the discussion for this video, let's take a quick look at what we talked about in parts 1 and 2.
Okay.
In How to Decipher Poetic Justice for Dummies, we pointed out the depth in the lyrics to the Poetic Justice song and presented how these lyrics could be interpreted in multiple ways to diss Drake. In my second video, How to Decipher Poetic Justice Looking in the Mirror, we took an in-depth look at the Poetic Justice music video and highlighted the reflections that were inspired by the Poetic Justice film. With part 3, Seeds of Money Trees, we want to see what seeds were planted to produce Poetic Justice, and if those seeds can serve as good soil for the Poetic Justice theory to take root. Looking back on everything from Anthony Imbranone and Desiree Rose's Poetic Justice theory, we're going to follow their rules and take an in-depth look at the timeline of events and the lyrics in the songs released during the Good Kid, Mad City era to see if they potentially reinforce the message in this theory.
None of our platforms are monetized right now. The original video was never monetized. These videos are not monetized. We are not profiting off of this, but in any way, shape, or form.
None.
It was too important,
this is and purely for the love.
That's what I'll appreciate, because I feel the same ways that you put the videos out there knowing that you're not going to make money off of it, but because it's so important to what you're discussing, you don't even care. And that's the constant battle that we have to fight. Where it's like YouTube, yeah, it's a platform where you can make money off of, but at the same time, you can't make money if you have this person's music in your song, in your videos, or this person's music in there, because then it's taking away from their money. That's their bullshit, stupid ass logic that they use, which is why I hated when the adpocalypse happened. I hate that shit so much. I hate their fucking monetization system so much. It's so ass. And people who aren't YouTubers will never understand. And it's a constant fight, but we do it anyways because we love the game. We love the passion that we put into our craft that much that we will fight YouTube, fist fight our own platform that we're working for, in order to put out authentic, true, real content. Because that's how much we give a shit. And that's something that these stupid, old, crusty corporate executives at YouTube will never understand.
Music, and, this is just a breakdown of the updated version of Poetic Justice.
No, you didn't miss the Mr. Reed. We're going into it now.
And,
welcome back, Nunu.
We also want to say, we know that we're white, and
Anthony is my favorite uncle's name.
We know that we're white and that we are a guest here, and we just want to contribute to the conversation. We're not trying to take away from anything. It's just all about art appreciation. We're like,
yeah, if anything, I'm trying to share this with people. Yeah. Like, hey, like this is really cool. This is really, really cool. So, yeah, we know we're a guest here, and it's all love. It all comes from a place of love and loving the art and loving what we saw, because this is just really,
and
really
just wanting to share it with everyone. So.
And that's what I appreciate, is that they're like, we're not invading anything. We're not making money off of this shit. We're just contributing to the conversation. We just we want to put this out there because this is a really cool thing, and it's turning up a lot of results. Everywhere you look, there's just more evidence that's coming up. That's like, damn, that it was right there the whole time. The pieces were in place the whole time. We are now discovering them, and what we have found is monumental. It's great, and it's what escalated this from just a little tiny theory that went on a subreddit to the status that it's achieved today, because there's so many prominent people out there who were involved, whether directly or indirectly, that are now tuning into this conversation. That's huge. To go from a little internet theory floating around online to one of the biggest, most talked about subjects of all time on a mainstream level, that shit is amazing. Especially from somebody who is familiar with being in the theory crafting community. It's so cool that when you have a good theory and you're putting effort and passion and love into it, you want to see it grow to share with more people. Because, knowledge shouldn't be gatekept. Knowledge like that should not be gatekept. And I applaud them for not gatekeeping this knowledge. They could have easily just kept this information to themselves and not shared it with anybody. They could have been like, we're gonna give this to people at the top, and we're not gonna tell anybody on the internet space about it because it was our idea and it's ours, and we're keeping it forever. No, they didn't do that. They literally shared it with everybody and invited people to throw their hat into the ring and welcomed them with open arms when they did. Are you fucking kidding me? Are we really gonna sit here and act like this is anything malicious? When over the past 3, 4, 5 years, it's only proven to be fruitful for the hip hop conversation because it's giving people, again, broadening horizons, expanding your reaches, into tapping into different audiences, tapping into different communities. You have college professors, Ivy League college professors that are now tuning into a conversation about hip hop. Come on now. That's amazing. That in itself just proves how strong hip hop as a culture is. We are now being talked about in Ivy League colleges. Your Yales, your Stanfords, your Dukes, your Oxfords.
His lyrics to point back to what he said on Poetic Justice. We're going to stick to the period around the time that Poetic Justice was released. Now, I must say,
I did bring that up in my reaction to the Good Flirts music video that Kendrick did drop the right and wrongs line. I didn't want to say at the time that he was hinting back at Poetic Justice. I didn't want it to be. I didn't want to be reaching. Oh well. This comment looks a little familiar. All right, hold on. I'm gonna let you talk because I've been yapping. Go ahead.
I don't care if you disagree with this theory. I don't care if you like how I'm presenting this argument. What you will not do is hop in my comments spewing disrespect. I'm giving these goofies a spotlight to show how not to act. Because there's no reason for anyone to be this disrespectful in the comments of a Poetic Justice Theory video. And making sexually charged insults to another man because you disagree with how he goes about his content on his page is peak goof troop. And to this ignorant motherfucker who thought it was cool to attack Anthony and Desiree by calling them racist, they are making a great case for Donkey of the Decade, right behind Drake and Donald Trump.
Ooh.
We even ended up in a Discord chat going back and forth because he said I was bootlicking for standing up for what's right.
Bootlicking.
Feel free.
That's what they're calling it now. They're calling it bootlicking. First it was grifting, then it was leeching off of the culture, then now it's bootlicking? Which one is it, y'all? Genuinely, which one is it? And I know this motherfucker. I know him. Yeah, this nigga is banned from my lives. All of them. Because he really got in his feelings because over a conversation, I think it was for AI and the use of AI. And bro really just like showed his natural ass. Made this poor girl cry in my fucking, in my chat. Spewing nothing but pure hatred from his dick I was about to call him dick lips. Spewing nothing but hatred. And I had my mods ban him. I said, get the fuck out, bro, because we're not about to do this. We're not about to sit here and bully somebody just because they're doing something that you don't agree with. We can agree to disagree in this world where we are free to disagree and agree with people. Okay? I thought this was America. But to sit there and start attacking people's character because they're doing something that you don't agree with, and then y'all keep moving the goalposts, trying to fucking justify your argument. First it was grifting, first it was scamming, first it was leeching off the culture, then it was fucking trying to make yourself self-important, trying to make it about them. Now it's gargling nut. Now it's deriding. All right. You're clearly trying to ride their wave of wrong to viewers, and it's just as sad as what they're doing, if not worse. And I love how these niggas will try to position themselves as the morally superior ones just because they got a fucking pine sol breath of intelligence. They want to act like they're better than everybody else. I can't stand niggas like this. That's why he is out of my shit. Don't ever. You can stay the fuck out. Stay out. And then Fame, I noticed Fame's had issues with this whole theory for a while now. I genuinely don't understand the level of hatred that he has towards this theory. But he's put out a few videos on his channel just absolutely just tearing this shit to hell and back. And I listened to a little bit of it, and I was trying to see what his problem was with the poetic justice theory. And it didn't seem like he had a problem with the theory. He just seemed to have a problem with the people. And not for any particular reason, but it just really was seeing like he thought they were invading the hip-hop space. That was what he thought they were. That was his perception of them, was that they're vampires. They were a bunch of remix. Still waiting for them to show up in my comments. They know who they can do this to. It's lame as fuck. They got the right one with me. But yeah, like, man, just leave people the fuck alone. That's all I at the end of the day. Just leave niggas alone. Because they're not bothering you. They're just putting their fucking opinions out there. And the fact that you want to insert your little unwanted ass opinion and start throwing insults out there just because you don't agree with it, you're a fucking child. You're all children. All of y'all. You're all children.
But you should know, you won't get very far in life being a keyboard killer.
Damn.
Luckily, not everyone is irrational on the internet. And some people actually agree with what we're trying to present with this theory. And they should know this is who we do it for. Having the courage to present your thoughts online for people to critique is not an easy assignment. This couple should be celebrated for what they're doing. Consider what Kendrick thinks about this theory and how this couple is going about it before you use negativity to speak for him.
Thank you.
That being said, these are my thoughts and opinions. None of what I say in this presentation should be taken as fact.
We gotta put
Everything
the fucking
in
disclaimer,
this presentation is open.
because niggas like to have selective amnesia and forget that these are just opinions and thoughts and pieces of evidence that are being... Like, I already explained how theories work. It's a hypothesis, and it's bringing real-world evidence in to support it. So, y'all are just dumb. You're dumb.
To interpretation, and I welcome any dialogue on this topic in the comments. Please be respectful, and if you feel yourself getting riled up, go touch some grass.
Thank you. And he said that in the first and the second one.
This is an early version of the timeline that Anthony and Desiree produced for us when they initially promoted their theory. The timeline extends throughout Kendrick's entire career, even up to the release of Baby Keem's Casino in February 2026.
Damn.
For the purposes of this video, we're going to confine the conversation to what I consider the Good Kid, Mad City era. But before we dig in on the timeline just yet, let me show y'all something that I found very interesting related to this literary war of words.
Like, we gotta stop. Like, we reaching. Like, some of these videos are still like, bro, we be reaching. And it's just like you said, like...
Oh, man, Decipher too? I mean, I think he was... I don't even know if he had an opinion on it.
Kendrick came in the game like with a sole mission to take Drake down. Like, he has no other life outside of being super coded and cryptic and taking Drake down. And this, like, come on, bro. Like, everything don't tie back to Drake, bro. He's not thinking about that man like that all the fucking time. Like, let's not do that, bro. Everything.
That's actual cap. That is cap. It's cap. That is the biggest piece of cap that I have ever heard in my fucking life. Really? He really said not everything ties back to Drake? That's cap. He dissed this nigga on his own track. That's cap. Stop lying. Stop lying to God.
It's not a veiled Drake shot. Everything is not like some type of connection, connect the dots and all that. Like, no, like...
That's a lie too, because he constantly makes callbacks and hints at lines from previous projects, thereby connecting the two. Who the fuck else would shout out very specific lyrics from past songs in newer songs unless they weren't connected? Nobody does that. Because only weird fucking, like, low-key psychotic people have a textbook dictionary fucking photographic memory of their own catalog enough to where they reference it in later songs 10 years down the line? Are we being for real? Are we being real? Like, are we actually, can we stop being ignorant here? Can we just stop? Because there are very specific, Kendrick just dropped the righting my wrongs line, calling back to poetic justice theory. Like, come on now. Can we just, like, pretend that we have a brain? I mean, you wearing a fucking Z-Quill hat? Is that a Z-Quill hat?
Things can stand on their own and it be okay.
Oh,
bro.
yeah, nah, he's cooked.
Like, everything ain't gotta be a connection. Like, we like, I know we try to do our research and deep dive, but
what do you mean try to do our research? We're not pulling from imaginary sources, you dumb ape. We're pulling from lyrics that came from these niggas' mouths. What are you talking about? We're pulling from real world factual evidence straight from Kendrick's mouth. Because he has already stated in multiple of his songs, I write my own shit and I'm really like that. He said, if you take it there, I'm taking it further. He warned him. He warned everybody. He said, I want all of the smoke. I don't want peace. I want problems always. He really meant that shit when he said, I want problems always. He really meant it. I'm done with y'all. He played a video.
Well, since you don't know, allow me to inform you. Get some water, take a deep breath, because we about to reach all the way back to the 1840s with this one.
Okay.
Some of you may recognize this man as one of the giants of American literature. To quote his most famous poem, once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary,
I'm gonna let you
over
finish,
many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. Now this infamous MC is none other than the great Edgar Allan Poe. He was a foundational figure in American literature and was known as the innovator of detective fiction and a master of Gothic horror.
That's real fucking funny that you included Edgar Allan Poe, because I've been sitting on this video, for a while now. Weeks, several weeks. And I took notes. Actually, hold on. I took notes. That's crazy that you said that. I'm upset that you said that. Let's see. Here we go. That was the idea that I was working on for a video. I can't make this shit up, y'all. I can't make this shit up. We didn't even talk. We didn't share notes. We didn't say a motherfucking thing. There it is. Actually crazy, right? That's crazy, right? and the reference point that I used was probably my favorite story from Edgar Allan Poe, called The Cask of Amontillado. And I used quotes from the text. I used actual events that happened during the line, and I used the quotes from the rap beef. And I was really putting this shit together. You can hide that. Get the fuck out of here. And I was really working on this shit on the sidelines. And I even have a vocabulary down here. It was a whole thing. But now I have to do it. Now I can't hold this back. Because now you mention Edgar Allan Poe by name. you should definitely still do this. Yes, I am going to do that video because that's fucking wild. That's actually wild. And like I said before, y'all, I swear on the OGest of OGs, Jesus Christ. I swear on his holy peace that we did not talk about this. We never communicated throughout the entirety of him recording and doing the research for this video. We did not know that we were on the same wavelength. But somehow we were. That's crazy as fuck, actually. But yeah, I'm gonna do that video. I have to. There's no other way. There's no other option. I have to do it. That was the... Okay, to sink into you the rest of the... Yep. And I watched
his work
a good portion of this, actually.
And structured narrative has
but I wanted to leave the rest to react to live.
Impacted global literature, film, and art.
I didn't want to spoil too much.
I swear I had no idea what macabre was until I started researching this topic.
I love the word macabre. It's such a near and dear word to my heart. That's even the name of my horror channel. It's Nixus Macabre. Because I just love gothic, horrifying, twisted, disturbing shit. It's the goth in me. Can't really explain it.
Remember this definition as we go forward with the rest of this discussion. Now, what you may not know about Poe is that he often created conflicts between himself and many of his contemporaries at that time. He accused one of his most famous rivals, Henry Longfellow, of plagiarism and imitation. He also said his writing lacked depth and artistic value because it was so simple-minded. Poe would also frequently refer to Longfellow as a didactic naif, which is officially my new favorite insult. Why, you ask? Because I don't know of any better way to call someone a dummy where you know it's probably a good chance they have to go look it up to see what it means.
Oh, because
Poe's main nemesis was Rufus Griswold. Another side note.
That's a motherfucking name. Rufus. Jesus Christ. This motherfucker was beefing with a nigga named Rufus. Nah, y'all know they came from some grimy streets. They came from the hood. This nigga's biggest rival was Rufus.
It's got to be
Griswold.
Hilarious beefing with a guy named Rufus. These two started going back and forth because Poe felt that Griswold was not sincere in his review of literary writers at the time. Poe believed he showed favoritism to his friends instead of rewarding writers on the basis of their art. Now, ironically, the beef between these guys escalated over a couple of dollars and their shared interest in the same woman. After Poe's death in 1849, Griswold began a smear campaign to ruin Poe's legacy by using an alias to write a scathing obituary, and later he wrote a biography that extremely exaggerated the already negatively painted perception he tried to put on Poe.
Damn.
We all know of Edgar Allan Poe, so it's safe to say we all know how that turned out. But I do recommend you take a trip down that rabbit hole whenever you get a chance. It was entertaining.
And at the end of the day, it was always over. Like,
yeah, why you taking everything personal? This that in your face, all offensive on purpose flow. My city never effing need me. Yeah, oh wait, no, they really need me. Oh wait, hold up, young effing Wheezy. Holla at me when you done effing Wheezy.
That's weird.
Yeah, okay, Drizzy. Yeah.
No, you're gonna make me watch this whole thing. I gotta watch it again. Do I have to? Do I have to sit here and watch this cringe? Oh, I don't want to. I don't want it. Oh, it's so bad. I feel myself seizing up because I'm like, out of cringe. Oh God, it's just. Do I have to? Do I have to watch it? It's funny. Oh, it's so cringe though. This physically hurts my soul watching because it's just like,
I told you.
All right,
New York,
all right.
New York. New York, you gotta understand, I've been on the road for like 2 months, just grinding it out, you know what I'm saying? I've been on the road really like doing these shows every night. So I'm coming in, ooh.
This is when he knew he
Oh my
god. Oh my god. Come on. It's so bad. This is torture. Oh no.
So you called me off.
Oh, this is so bad.
You called me all the way off now. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna get this. Hold on. Can we come back? Can we do it? Can we come back?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
This type of cringe needs to be studied. This needs to be studied. Y'all really let him. That's your man's. That's him. That's him right there.
Hold on. I'm gonna get him.
And he still hasn't started rapping yet.
So crazy. I promise I'm gonna get him. I promise. I can't give him everything, Flex. Like, no, you can't. I can't give him everything because, you know, like, you gotta understand.
Somebody
this my
get
first.
the hook.
You want me to do it again? You want me to...
No.
Thank you.
No.
Thank you.
No.
This is my first, like, real time on the radio. Like, this is my first real...
Your first real, like, blast off.
Like, with the big dog.
Launch.
Like, with the...
Well, you know...
You know what I'm saying? Like...
Oh, my God.
It doesn't get much realer than
I want to
this.
get the story, New York.
Please.
Now that we've gone down that rabbit hole, let's take a look back
You
at what I
knew
believe.
what you were doing. You knew what you were doing, Reed, when you did this. You think you're slick. You think you're slick. That was painful to watch. That was painful. Painful as fuck.
Is the first reference of money trees between Drake and Kendrick. While researching this Shakespearean shakedown, I discovered what could be seen as a major piece of...
Oh, that's interesting that he said I'm 23 with a money tree. Because didn't he reference that later in Family Matters? When he said, don't even go back to your hood and plant no money trees. Was that right after the slaves line? That was right after the bar where he said, you out here acting like you trying to get the slaves free. Don't even go back to your hood and plant no money trees. I think that was after the slaves bar. Seeds of money trees. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, so he clearly doesn't want to let it go. Like,
evidence
he's been
suggesting
sneak
that
dissing the
Kendrick
whole time.
was a ghostwriter for Drake. On the song "Poor Man's Dreams," Kendrick directly responds to Drake's bar with what is clearly a much more elevated
I
perspective
did a whole video
of
on
himself.
that. I think you told
One
me.
could say he's planting the seeds for him to eventually become.
Is this where you
Mr.
pull from
Morale.
my video?
After discovering this gem in the lyrics, I decided to go back and look through each of these songs individually to see if I could find any more clues that could be used as evidence in our poetic justice case. To open the verse on The Resistance, he talks about living inside a moment in Vegas.
Okay.
He declares he has a great memory, his enemies aren't on his level, and he remains loyal to the ones closest to him. At that moment, when you look deeper into the lyrics, you start to notice a few contradictions. Because I was there and I know how he quote-unquote blew up in real time, I decided to dig a little deeper into what it meant for him to call himself a martyr. When I look at that second definition, I believe that couldn't be a more accurate description when it comes to the character known as Drake.
Oh, so
I
it's
found this
the
bar about
literal
the game
sense and then the sarcastic sense, like the other sense. Martyr, a person who's killed or made to suffer because of their religious or other beliefs. That's like the true dictionary definition. And then the sarcastic version, the person who displays, exaggerates their discomfort in order to obtain sympathy or admiration. That's the satirical version, but it's still a dictionary definition. It's just one is literal and one is just a label, an indicator. Because the confusing thing about the English language is that one word can mean at least 3 different things. It can. It's all about context.
When I look at that second definition, I believe that couldn't be a more accurate description when it comes to the character known as Drake.
Yeah.
I found this bar about the game and his heart to be extremely suspicious when you consider that Kendrick's The Heart Part 1 was released a few months before Thank Me Later, who really put their heart into the game at this time. In the next verse, Drake tells a story about ignoring his grandmother while he engages in escapades with women who seemingly don't matter. These bars somehow seem to play out in the Poetic Justice music video. While Drake may assume this was a flex, the way Kendrick played on this is diabolical, if you ask me. As we go to the third verse, we see Drake confess his contradictions as he doesn't remember when he started changing or when he started treating his friends different. He describes a situation when he was robbed at a Chinese restaurant in his hometown. He believes it may have been set up by a woman he thought he trusted. Now, honestly, you have
Why would you go and blame the woman for getting robbed? It's like he starts going into some level of introspection, only to completely turn around, deny it, and be like, nah, it was the dames. It was that woman, that female that did it. It was the vagina that did it. It's not me. I'm not the problem. It was her. She did it. But damn. That's a crazy switch up.
Admit, this sounds like a very similar situation to what Kendrick experienced messing with Sherane on Good Kid, Mad City. As we close out the third verse, I don't know why he thought it would be a good idea to say this part about guessing and getting it right, but in my opinion, this clearly plays into the main parts of the diss at the end of his verse on Poetic Justice. Now, if we go back and take a look at Poe Man's Dreams, remember this is on Section 80, which came out in July 2011.
Okay.
Kendrick even mentioned how Drake was the first person to hear the complete project when he sent him a copy after they met in Toronto.
Okay, shit.
On this song, not only is he directly addressing what Drake said he values at 23, he seems to be giving out some sound advice on how to move through life. In hindsight, it looks like he's warning him.
Now that yeah. Like to mistake a straight nigga for a real nigga. Okay, yeah. Stand for something or fall for anything, and you working with 2 left feet at the skating rink. You know, that's crazy, because while I didn't really think about it, that was weird of like, who the fuck was he talking to? Because like the stand for something and fall for anything going right into the skating line. I remember doing this on my video. And I was like, I wonder who he's talking about. And at the time, I didn't assume that he was talking about Drake. I feel like he was addressing people like Drake, or people that, you know, wanted to get into the industry on some, the people that wanted to get into this particular part of industry, like rapping and everything. And he was giving this person who has big dreams, giving them advice, while also reflecting on his own life and how he came up and how his morals changed over time. Okay, I'm seeing the connection here.
Letting him know that at this point, he looks like he'll fall for anything.
Mm-hmm.
Towards the end of the first verse, we see how important the music Kendrick writes is to him. He believes he and his pen have the power to save his people. The intention behind getting it right directly opposes how Drake goes about it, and it reinforces the pre-hook on Kendrick's first verse from Poetic Justice. We don't really go into the chorus of the song, but it basically describes the dream of putting yourself in a position to help your loved ones kick back and enjoy life to the fullest.
He said, I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna get big in the music industry. So I want my music. Hopefully my music will get you off of death row. He's saying, I want my music to change your perspective.
So
I want my music to let you know that death row is not your destiny. You can be more. You can be better than a statistic. He wants to inspire people. It's this element of hope that he's always held on to. You know, this is just like the aspirations of a young Kendrick Lamar, the hopes and dreams. That's why it says Poe Man's Dreams. Because oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's literally his dreams.
And
it's
like,
his hopes and
I don't play this shit up, y'all. I genuinely don't. Like, if it hits me in the middle of the recording, I'm gonna leave it in and I'm gonna edit it and such. Like, when I say it actually hit me as I was speaking, as in real time, like, that's real. That's not scripted. Nothing I do is scripted. First and foremost, let's get that out of the way. None of my videos are scripted. None of them.
Dreams. He's a Poe man. It's a Poe man's dream. And it's just, oh my god. You can even interpret it like as a Poe man, like it's kind of simple the way it's being used. Like, it's describing somebody who's just, you know, a simple guy. I'm just a dude, but I have big dreams and I have big aspirations and I have hope in spite of my surroundings. I have hope that my people will aspire to be better than a statistic, that my people will end up in higher places than on death row or in a jail cell for the rest of their life or in a coffin. I want better. I hope for better. I hope that my music, I'm gonna blow up and my music will inspire you to change your life for the better.
Now that I say that,
now at the very beginning of verse 2,
you
right
can
before
1000% apply that to Drake.
He makes a subtle reference to one of Drake's later singles, Started from the Bottom.
Oh my
this is
God.
right before he proceeds to say his killings are not remorseful.
Why'd you use that screenshot though? That screenshot is diabolical. Why do you look like that? Why does he look like he's getting back shots? He looks so goofy. I remember when Started from the Bottom came out, man. I think I was still in elementary school. Oh my, or middle school at the very least. Like, oh my God.
As we close out the song, he tells us that his simplest bars are more pivotal. Keep that in mind. Notice the amount of times and the ways he repeats common themes in his music. He foreshadows how he uses his art to speak to the hearts of those who need it most. And he invites you to take a walk in his shoes so you can get to know him. To sum it up, his dream is that by being vulnerable and sharing his story with you,
it's half the fun of editing. How can I make him look as compromised as possible?
You ultimately gain your support as an artist and be able to provide a better life for his loved ones.
That part.
Now that we've gone through that somewhat brief detour, let's return to the timeline and now go to what is universally considered to be one of the first diss tracks aimed at Drake by Kendrick Lamar.
But I'll say this, man. I do appreciate the fact that there is this kind of constant push and pull between fandom and like DJs and critics in hip hop. Right? Like, I like it. I love seeing it. Where there's people who like consume hip hop and
back
have
when
critiqued
Ebro
it
was still
and
on
played it professionally. That is their life. And then fans who are like, no, this is my favorite. And
damn, this is ancient history now.
Like,
Holy
that's
shit.
A healthy kind of a dialogue that's constantly taking place.
The only thing that's made it unhealthy is the downside of the Drake and Kendrick thing is there is such a toxicity now when you talk about anything related to Drake and Kendrick.
So that goes back
that
to
sucks.
Well, so that goes to me going back to me talking about Drake being a cancer.
I don't know, man. Fuck everybody, man. Shit.
Oh my God, he really.
When I said Drake is a sickness, right? When everybody's like, he called Drake a sickness.
He is a sickness.
It's a tough line. But your fans are a problem. Your brand is a problem in this game, bro. Like, the fact that we can't just have dialogue without sycophants going nutso about you is problematic.
I'm trying to kind of escape from the whole Drakeness of a lot of this shit.
Oh, damn. And then you put Decipher back on blast. Damn, you were not done with this.
That Kendrick would have to have for a lot of this shit to make sense. And I just ain't fucking with that. Because how I'm looking at Dot, if like his whole career, he's been having this very, very dark, in the corner of a room with like flickering lights and like leaky ceilings, just writing raps, like hoping one day that somebody will realize he's talking about Drake. That shit is weird to me. Get it. I get it. It's interesting. It's great fan fiction. It's great lore.
That's not what we're saying at all.
But like once we're
not saying that Kendrick is obsessed with Drake and he's just made it his life goal to destroy him. We're saying that Kendrick saw what the industry was trying to do with Drake, and he did not like that. So much like his successor Tupac, he wanted to unite the West Coast and give hip-hop the respect that it deserved. Because right now it was being blatantly disrespected and they were trying to transform it into pop. They were trying to fucking mutate hip-hop into pop. They were putting more white people in it. They were putting in more mixed people like Drake and then giving them more status. We had the likes of Iggy Azalea and Robin Thicke and Miley Cyrus in the hip hop scene at one point, just fucking it up for everybody, just destroying it, smearing the name of hip hop. And we knew what it was. It was uncalled for. We did not want it. We didn't want any part of it. And at the forefront was fucking Drake. At the forefront. Because if you notice, during that entire rap beef, all of the references and all of the people that he made reference to, besides the people in his own camp, were white people. With the exception of like 2 or 3 musicians that Kendrick was already working with, that he collaborated with, they mostly white people that he was, basing his bars off of. That's why Kendrick went back, spun the block, and buried himself so deep into the culture that it literally became about white culture versus black culture. And then when it took the last song, the very last song, for Drake to use an actual soul sample in his diss tracks. And he was only doing it because he saw that Kendrick was doing it, and that seemed to be getting more fans. That seemed to be popular because it was tapping into the heart of black culture, which was soul, rhythm and blues, fucking blues. It was blues, soul, R&B. He was tapping into it. And Drake tried to do the same thing on The Sharp Part 6 and failed. But, like, we're not saying that Kendrick's just huddled in a corner in a fucking dingy-ass room writing raps about Drake. He was definitely sitting in a corner writing some particularly lethal bars when he did Control. I keep telling y'all, Drake really heard Kendrick laugh like a psychopath on Control and was like, I'll win this fight. I'll wash him. He's a very sane individual. I can win. I got him. I'll sun him. That was Drake's thought process. When he heard K-Dot literally laughing to himself in the corner like an entire psychopath on a mic. Because that laugh is genuinely terrifying. It is. Because it's the quiet ones you gotta look out for, because they're low-key psychopaths. All of them. it worked and used facts what made it better. Thank you. Kendrick is not sane. No, he's not. He's a certified crash out. He is not afraid to crash out. He deliberately held himself back until he did 616 in LA. That's when all hell broke loose. Y'all think 616 in LA was just a throwaway song? No. That's not what that was. That's not what that was at all. That was Kendrick tapping into that darkness, y'all. That was Kendrick ascending. That was Kendrick hitting Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. That was him having everybody thinking that he was like Yamcha, that he was on some fucking Krillin type energy, only to pull the mask off and reveal that it was Goku Black the entire time. Now niggas are scared. Now niggas are terrified. Now niggas are clutching their pearls like, oh my god, stop, you're murdering him. Of course he is. That was his intention the whole time. He just had to lull y'all into a false sense of security before he fucking... The room got dark. And it was nothing but red eyes. And the sounds of flesh being torn from bone. And horrific screams. And all the people that were like, take the gloves off, were just sitting in the corner crying. Like, why did you let me do this? Why did I do this? Why did I say that shit? I regret everything. I'm sorry, God. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for it to happen like this. Nah. Y'all wanted this. Y'all asked for it. Y'all asked to take the gloves off. You wanted to see blood. And that's exactly what y'all got. And the fact that they're trying to minimize this level of bloodlust down to some fucking over-exaggerated fantasy type caricature of what they think we're describing Kendrick as is laughable.
To get to like the real aspect of it, it's like, okay, we went all the way down this road. How do you look at Kendrick once we get here?
Yeah, because I wouldn't look at him the same.
I see a nigga with long nails, sharp teeth, like a hunched back, in a wet notepad, just in the corner, just writing. You feel what I'm saying?
You have a very active imagination. See, you say that as a joke, but this nigga really did. He did that. He did that and does. He did exactly that in that interview at the very beginning of the video. That's exactly what he did. Are you fucking kidding me? Mumbling his raps to himself, getting his cadence right. That even sounded like a Kendrick flow. Like that.
It's like, no, like that's not it. I just think after a certain while, Drake represents a lot of shit Kendrick don't fuck with.
Okay, I thought you were gonna go back to
personally. We also don't know all of what he's had to go through to get to this point in his career. The way Kendrick raps, you can tell there's a hunger that exists inside of him to be the best. And most artists don't have that. So go ahead and think what...
I love how he gave that description of Kendrick being hunched over in a dark, dingy corner with a wet notepad, only to then cut to Kendrick crouching in a dirty, dingy corner with a blood-hungry look in his eyes. Oh my god, just mwah. C'est magnifique.
He even told you to call him crazy, remember? For all we know, him playing this prank on Drake could be one of the least damaging things he's ever had to do to survive where he comes from.
Yeah.
I've read that you start each day by staring at yourself in the mirror for 10 minutes.
Yes.
How did this start and what do you get out of it?
To all the people that just are refusing to understand and just don't want to fucking get it, that don't want to act like this man is normal like the rest of y'all. Tell me what normal person stares at themselves in the mirror for 10 minutes each day. I'll wait. Who does that? Who? What sane person stares at themselves in the mirror for 10 minutes every day? And didn't he even say that he runs, what was it, 6 miles a day? Something like that? Or 3 miles a day? He runs 6 miles a day. On the GNX album, on Man at the Garden. I'm pretty sure it was 6 miles a day. Could be wrong. But yeah, no, what sane person does that? Y'all? Deciphered? Since y'all want to paint this nigga as like, since you want to blow off all these rumors, or not rumors, but like all of these people that are like, Kendrick is really that nigga, and you're just like, trying to downplay it by hyperbolizing it to a cartoonish degree, not realizing that you're not even hyperbolizing at this point. You're just being accurate. In your attempt to diminish people's perception of Kendrick as an artist, you've only further proven our points. Are we actually this dense? Like, actually though. All right, whatever. I'm done with y'all. I'm making me mad.
When I was 9 years old, I was looking in the mirror, talking to myself in the mirror.
He has such a cute smile.
A split second, I seen something a little bit different than just what the eye can see, you know, in the physical form. I seen something a little bit more. I actually seen my soul, you know, in the mirror.
Nah. This nigga was staring at himself for so long, he hit the avatar state. Are you shitting me? This motherfucker.
And it's a scary sight, you know, as a kid, and you realize that it can take your mind somewhere totally different.
This nigga looked into the fifth dimension.
In my case, it was for better. And what it does for me, it lets me know who I am, you know, and who I always will be, and where I come from, and what I'm trying to do, you know, with myself and the people around me, you know, as far as inspiring people, inspiring others, and, you know, continuing.
That's a very important thing.
Positive.
Especially when you're achieving that level of fame, is not forgetting who you are.
It's a tricky thing. It's a tricky thing, but it works. It works. It lets you know who you are for real.
And there's a reason why. It's because mirrors won't lie to you. Mirrors will not lie. Because they are only reflecting what the eyes are seeing. Even the reflectors in our own eyes. It's just a bunch of reflective mirrors bouncing off of each other. But the image doesn't change. Not really. Our perception of the image will change after a while because the brain can actually fool itself. The brain is a very tricky, complex machine. And it can fool itself. You tell it something enough times, pretty soon you will start to see it. You will believe it and you will see it with your own two eyes. Near to your eyes.
Now, looking at the start of the timeline.
Oh my god, I love how you included the, I think this was the beginning of Poetic Justice, where Janet Jackson's looking in the mirror at herself. Along with the quote, direct quote, looking in the mirror, I'm embarrassed, from Drake's Buried Alive. And as if they couldn't be more polar opposites of each other, but they're like the Joker and Batman. They're two extremes of the same coin. Two halves of the same coin. This really is like the ultimate. This was Batman versus Drake, but in hip-hop form.
Buried Alive is the first song Kendrick and Drake openly collaborated on, even though Drake isn't on the track. I'm going to use one of my favorite YouTube channels, Underground AT, to help me explain what we see from the song as it relates to Kendrick and Drake's relationship. In the intro to the song, Kendrick is describing how he would act if he was stuck in a pine box, which most people consider to be a popular description of a coffin. He declares that if you was in a pine box, he would essentially jump in and try to save you. And if he couldn't succeed, he'd lay right next to you and die with you. Nobody has mentioned this, but this voice change could indicate that he's taking on a different perspective.
That's romantic as fuck in a very dark way. That's sweet. That's really sweet. In like a dark, twisted, gothic way. It's like if you were in a pine box, I would break the lock, jump in, and fall asleep.
Like he mentioned in the Rap Genius intro at the beginning of this video,
as fuck.
The voice change could be an indication that he is speaking from the perspective of his subconscious. He's saying that the deep-rooted habits and beliefs he has will literally try to save him from this situation, this box he's placed himself in. And if he dies because he refuses to break out of this box, this subconscious entity will die right along with him.
Yep.
How come nobody has talked about how much of a sneak diss this song was? Like, I feel like this shit is so overlooked. It's the most obvious sneak diss. The man is saying, looking in them. There's a whole perspective piece that I found where he talks about the song himself. This is a song about the night that they met. Yeah, all the people that were typing already, but check this out. This is from the man himself. If you're not looking at the screen, I'll read this to you. I did a show in Toronto on June 16th. My first show in Toronto. I think it was the same night. We was going to the hotel and he hit my phone. I guess he had got the word I was in town. He was there for the night working for the album. He just said he wanted to meet up. We met up, chilled out, got the vibe and see where each other was at and shit. Sometimes you like a person's music, but you definitely don't like the artist when you sit down and you talk to them. It's a real good dude. He got a real genuine soul. We clicked immediately. We spoken probably one time before that. I don't know if that same shit stuck out to y'all like it stuck out to me. Sometimes you like a person's music, but you definitely don't like the actual artist when you sit down and you talk to them. And
that's such a fucking 180. Talk about a switch up. He says that and then says he's a good dude though. He doesn't say it's a real good dude though. However, there is no however. So there is no. And that's a deliberate word choice. Because typically when you say something like that and you say, however, that's a good dude. He's got a genuine soul. That means everything you said before does not apply to the person that you're talking about. There was none of that anywhere. He just says sometimes you like a person's music, but you definitely don't like the actual artist when you sit down and talk to him. That's a good dude. He's got a genuine soul. He's saying, you know, universally, he's a good dude. But me, I don't like him. That's my opinion. Don't like him. He really just said, I don't like him. Don't meet your heroes, man. I met a person that, you know, I like his music, thought he was cool, listened to him, and I don't like him. That's wild. Wild as fuck.
And fucking Buried Alive comes from this meeting. This is truly the genesis of the beef. How do you get dissed on your album?
God damn.
The whole song is the concept of being buried alive. I want to read you guys something else from the interview. He was asked if he had heard anything from the album prior and if there was any restrictions on what he was writing. I didn't hear no music for that album. Me being a fan of his music, following his career, listening to the prior songs he dropped, I felt like he was in a space now where vanity is everywhere, and he has his hands on every bit of it, and he's trying to escape that, but at the same time not being in denial of it. I wanted to speak from a standpoint of me being a new artist, and almost being in his shoes that he was a couple of years ago, or last year, and expressing them feelings.
Okay, let's break this down on a micro level. The verse opens with a scene where Kendrick is looking at himself in the mirror, describing that he's feeling like an ST. I hope y'all see what I'm talking about because I don't want to say it and get in trouble.
Yeah, because YouTube.
An ST is someone who has no problem hurting himself in order to cause damage to someone else. While other lives are usually lost during an attack by an ST, the main goal is to dismantle an organization of people. Then he describes meeting an outsider related to the music business.
Funny that you said an organization of people.
i.e. Drake, a deal that would give him access to luxury cars and fine women. These were examples of his vices. My favorite bar from this part of the verse is when he says,
"Mind over matter never worked for my nemesis," right? Keep that bar in mind. During that same interview that I read to you from, they asked Kendrick another question. To kick off the verse, you talk about being a terrorist. Why? Why? It's me being in denial. When I say buried alive, that means I'm for everything that's happening. The women, the money. It's a metaphor for me basically saying drowning yourself in that and not being able to come back. Looking in the mirror, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed of what's going on. I'm in denial of it. And saying I'm a terrorist, myself over it. Framed in that perspective from those words, this doesn't sound like too much of a compliment to me.
From the very beginning, Drake's music,
and that shows the dichotomy that he faces as an artist, especially being, you know, what they call old school Gemini. Kendrick even called himself. But like Gemini, duality. It's one personality and the other personality. But while sometimes they can be in harmony, sometimes they can also be at war with each other. And there are plenty of times where Kendrick has stated out loud in pieces of his music that those two sides of his personality were at war with each other. That perfectly showcased that right there. Is that he wants to be there, but he doesn't know who he is. His personality is being split in two different directions. The aspects of his personality are no longer in harmony. They are in dissonance. They are at war with each other. And he's trying to figure out a way to bring them back together so he doesn't have an identity crisis like a certain Canadian that he knows. He doesn't want to end up in the same position that Drake is in. Because that's an identity crisis. He no longer knows who the real Aubrey is. Where Kendrick, he is watching his personality split in real time and in slow motion. And he's like, oh my God, what is happening? I can't do this. I need to stop this. But I've come too far to give up now. I gotta keep going. I gotta find a way to control it. I understand this. I resonate with that. That's the only thing that really separates Geminis from Libras, is that Geminis, each personality, it seems like each aspect of themselves, like the twins, that light and that dark side are their own specific entities. Those are technically their own separate entities because they're twins. But it's two sides of one coin. They work in tandem, but they're two different entities. Whereas with Libra, the two halves cannot physically exist without the other. It's not that they choose to work in harmony. It's that they have no choice but to work in harmony. Otherwise, the machine is compromised, or the scales are compromised, if you catch my drift. Well, we're going to go ahead and listen to this sister, because I think she's about to start laying some knowledge.
Operated in what psychologists call ambivalent sexism, a framework.
Oh, we're going into psychology? Hold on. Count me in. Let me turn this volume up.
At the same time, without the person holding them experiencing those attitudes as contradictory. So this isn't a story about Drake starting out as a good soft boy and suddenly turning into a big baby incel. No, this is a story about coexistence, affection and resentment, intimacy and entitlement, vulnerability and control, all at once.
And that's why it takes a certain special type of crazy to dive into psychology, because you start realizing that not everything is as black and white as you thought they were. Everything is on a spectrum. That is why I'll use the most famous example, Schrodinger's cat. That is why that concept is so polarizing, and it rings true when it comes to psychology. It's essentially, a cat is ill. You put the cat in a box, you lock it, and you don't touch it, and you leave it alone for a certain amount of time. Schrodinger's cat is the probability that the cat is both alive and dead at the same time until you actually open the box and see for yourself. It's the concept that two things can be true at the same time until the physical result is actually seen. It's essentially the scientific process. You make a hypothesis where something will happen, something won't happen. Both of those things are true until you determine which one is the absolute truth by seeing it with your own eyes. That's essentially what Schrodinger's cat is. But in the realm of psychology, the Schrodinger's cat is not that two things exist, two things can be true until there's an absolute truth that's proven. It's that those two truths are the absolute truth. And there's no in between. It's both of these things, all of these things can be true at the same time. And that is horrifying because it starts fucking with your perception of reality, and it starts fucking with the uniform, the concrete uniform structure that all of our laws and all of our systems, all of like time, solar cycles, all of that shit, it's based on linear concrete shit. But when things start going into the abstract, that's where shit gets messy, because we're not playing off of core functions anymore. We're not playing on a stable foundation anymore. Now we're floating upside down and we don't know what's going on. Everything is backwards. Yesterday is tomorrow and we're scared. That's what happens when you go into psychology.
At the same damn time. Early on, the benevolent side did most of the talking. The emotional openness, the heartbreak, the confessions, the I'm just being honest about my feelings posture.
Okay.
That's why Drake was framed as the rapper for women, the sensitive one, the one who made space for feelings in a hyper-masculine genre. But the hostility was never absent. It was softened, it was aestheticized, it was carried inside of the vulnerability instead of replacing it. And I believe that distinction matters. We need a framework that explains how care and resentment can coexist.
Not care and resentment.
And she was
Shout out
spitting
to
some
Mother
game.
Rose for that video, because she was spitting some hot fire on that joint. I have another clip from her in a minute, but continuing on with the second part of the verse, we see Kendrick confess that his vice is similar to Drake's. It's not exactly the same, but similar. That's a clear distinction. He talks about being in Vegas, which is reminiscent of Drake in The Resistance. Then he talks about blowing off reading a verse to go get some head. Not writing, but reading a verse. That's intentional. He calls a woman a bad bitch and then tells her that her ass is too fat. This reminds me of the fight scene from Poetic Justice where Lucky made a similar comment about justice.
Instead of a verse being read, I'm gonna go get some head. Oh, because he's talking about, okay, yep, because he's talking about Bible verses. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, yep, it's coming to me. Yep, I see it. Because I was putting it together and I was thinking about it. Instead of a verse being read, I'm going to get some head. Okay, yes, that's where the Halle Berry Hallelujah line really comes into play here. It's Halle Berry Hallelujah. Pick your poison. That's, oh my God. He's like, I am drifting away from God. I am drifting away from the light in order, and I am submitting to sinful desires in the city of sin. I am being tempted and I am failing. That is, and he doesn't want to end up like, he doesn't want to drown in it. He doesn't want to, but he feels himself drowning further and further into this darkness that serious dichotomy. That's what I was talking about.
He says you can
about him watching himself being split apart little by little and watching it happen in slow motion. It's like drowning. It's like being buried alive. He is suffocating right now and he doesn't know how to get out. Oh my fucking God. This nigga was punching.
blame all of this bad behavior.
And the whole purpose of this verse is that he doesn't want to end up like Drake. That's the whole point of the song, is that he doesn't want to end up like Drake. Why would that not be a diss track? Why would that not be a diss? Not even a diss track. Why would that not be a diss at the person that you mentioned by, whether directly or indirectly? The whole song is like, I don't want to end up like you, homie. But I'm going to say it in a way so intelligent that not even your dumbass will be able to pick it up. Oh my.
On You're Canadian. This is the part in the song where he talks about sitting down with Drake and 40 for a meeting.
He didn't sell him false words, which I thought was interesting. But he talks about the whole meeting and how he describes the whole scene of the ambience of getting out of the car and the car pulling up and him, all he was missing was Aaliyah and the shit feeling like he was in the Matrix. And he was like, what the fuck, this is the industry? And how they sat down in the whole meeting. But keep back to that interview.
Yeah.
Again, he said this: sometimes you like a person's music, but you definitely don't like the actual artist when you sit down and talk to them.
Yes, that part.
That's a real good dude. He got a real genuine soul. He can still be a good dude and you can still click with him, but you still don't have to like him.
Before we go any further, we're going to need a lens, because without it, a lot of what I'm describing can just sound like vibes or personal opinion.
And he's calling Drake a victim of circumstance. He's acknowledging the humanity within Drake. He's acknowledging the boy that was denied that alternate path because of specific circumstances in his life that were out of his control. But he's also holding him accountable for his actions that are only leading him to spiral further and further down that dark path. He's like, you have the choice now to go against all of those, like the earthly, carnal, sinful desires and pursue a path of integrity. But you're too deep in it now. You've been effectively corrupted. And now there is no turning back for you. But he's like, but it starts with you. Once you see it and once you understand it. Y'all. That's why in Meet the Grams, he said, I tried to empathize with you because I know you ain't never been through nothing. That was him empathizing with Drake. Buried Alive was him empathizing with Drake. And he said, I tried to empathize with you. Crave entitlement, but want to be liked so bad that it's puzzling. Oh my God. Even in his diss battle, he was calling back to his old songs, bro. How can y'all really sit here and think that this shit is not connected? Like, genuinely. He is still making callbacks to his early work now in 2016. Or not 2016, in 2026. In the year of our Lord 2026 on Beyonce's internet, Kendrick is still making callbacks to Poetic Justice. This is the nigga y'all wanted the rap battle. Okay. This is the nigga you thought you was gonna wash, Drake. Alright, okay. No. And y'all could be like, oh, stop putting him on a pedestal. I'm not. I'm terrified of this nigga. What do you mean? I'm not putting him on a pedestal. This nigga is him. It's just Big Him. He is 100% Himalayan. This is just the odd life of Himothy Green. And Kendrick is the main star.
Or just like me being mad at an album that I don't like. This framework comes from social psychology, specifically the work of Peter Glick and Susan Fisk. And it's called ambivalent sexism. The first question that
ambivalent sexism
in their study, the Ambivalent Sexism Inventory, is a deceptively simple one. Is sexism a form of prejudice? At first glance, that might sound obvious. Of course it is. But here's the complication that they point out. Most classic definitions of prejudice define it as antipathy, a negative feeling towards a group based on rigid stereotypes.
Okay.
Hate, distance, and disdain. That works cleanly when we're talking about race, ethnicity, and nationality, but gender doesn't quite work in the same way.
Yeah.
Because men and women are not distant groups. We're not socially separated. They're intimately connected romantically, sexually, domestically, and emotionally, historically, and presently. And culturally, women haven't only been depicted as inferior or disgusting. They've also been revered, idealized, protected, romanticized, and worshiped. So sexism doesn't just show up as pure hatred.
Yeah.
It shows up as ambivalence. Glick and Fisk argue that sexism has always operated along two tracks at the same time. There's hostile sexism, resentment, punishment, degradation, and anger towards women who don't comply. And then on the other hand, we have benevolent sexism, care, protection, affection, intimacy, and emotional disclosure that feels positive to the person expressing them.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the key part. Benevolent sexism is still sexism, even though it sounds like love, even though it sounds like concern, even though it sounds like I just want what's best for you. Because underneath that softness is the same structure, traditional roles, male dominance, and control over women's behavior. A simple example they give is this.
Bingo. That's where that's where it is. That's the smoking gun in all of this. Because that describes the entirety of Drake's verse on Poetic Justice to a T. To a fucking T. From the first line, he's already like, girl, how come you're not returning my messages? You got me impatient. But he frames it as like, oh, I'm so attracted to you. You really, you got me under a spell. He's like he's making it seem like he's giving her credit, but underneath that, you could tell that his intentions are entirely self-serving. And then the mask slips halfway through the line where he starts gaslighting her. He's like, I was trying to put you on some game, put you on a plane, take you and your mother to the motherland. And he was like, you over there fucking with your other man. Like, it just being catty for no reason. And then just starts putting the blame on her. It's textbook psychological manipulation to make this girl feel bad for not giving him the time of day, even though he doesn't want her for anything other than her body. But he's trying to gaslight this woman into thinking he wants something deeper so that she'll give him that surface level thing that he wants. He's pretending to connect with her on an emotional level because he wants her body, he wants her purity. But he doesn't want her. He only wants her assets. He wants to drain her of whatever makes her unique and special and then toss her aside. It is very vampiric behavior. It is just, he doesn't see her as a person. He sees her as nourishment. Temporary or long term. And that's not okay, y'all. That's not.
A man telling a female coworker she looks cute. He might mean it kindly. He might feel affectionate, but it still undermines her authority and professionalism. Now let's translate into hip hop terms. And again, this is where that RZA quote that I mentioned earlier becomes really useful. Remember RZA talking about how violent lyrics over harsh beats hit differently than violent lyrics over smooth melodic production. When the sound is rough, you register the harm. When it's smooth, it slips inside you in a different way.
Pause.
And kind of can fly under the radar as harm. The same thing applies here. Hostile sexism is loud. You hear it and you see it. Benevolent sexism is a bit smoother, and you feel it and register it a bit differently in the body.
And that's what separates your loud fucking the manosphere guys, your bros, the ones who outwardly hate women, and your nice guys. Nice guys, or quote unquote nice guys, for those who grew up, y'all know, y'all encountered a nice guy. That is the dictionary definition of ambivalent or benevolent sexism. Where they try and appeal to your emotional side, your endearing side. They try to shower you with compliments and, shower you with praise, and they try to come off as non-threatening as possible. Not because they actually want to connect with you, but because they want something from you that they are not willing to reciprocate. They want, it's very predatory. They make themselves seem as harmless as possible to lure you into a false sense of security so that they can get what they want. And when they don't get what they want, that's when the darkness that was previously being kept, hidden underneath starts to rise to the surface, and that resentment and that hatred starts to come out, because now they've been scorned, or now they feel like they've been scorned because their predatory behavior was called out. And instead of blaming themselves for it, they project that, they blame the woman. They think it's her fault. Then you start seeing things like, you're ungrateful, or you should be grateful I'm even talking to you, or you're probably talking to other guys and giving it up to them. Or they start throwing name calling into the mix. They start degrading you as a woman. They start degrading your life choices. They start degrading your intelligence. They like, you would be nothing without me. I could support you. And then it becomes hostile. Then you're afraid, because now that harm is registering, because the mask has slipped and they've shown their true intentions the whole time. It's literally like it, and then they all act exactly the same. It's pattern recognition. It's like clockwork. They do it every single fucking time without fail.
And because it's delivered through intimacy, confession, vulnerability, and romance, it often doesn't register as harm at all. Mm-hmm. That's why ambivalent sexism is so powerful. People holding these beliefs don't experience them as contradictory. They don't feel confused. They feel consistent. They can sincerely believe, I love women and I protect women, and I hate certain women, and some women deserve what happens to them, all at the same time. Glick and Fisk explain that this often works through subtypes. Women who comply with traditional roles, the good ones, receive benevolence. Women who challenge those roles, feminists, sexually autonomous women, and women who don't submit, receive hostility. This is how someone can say without irony, I don't hate women, I just hate those women. Oh. And this is the psychological structure.
Yeah, no, that came from the soul. That was a whoo child. Damn, yeah.
I believe Take Care sits inside. Because the album doesn't sound hateful. It sounds caring. It sounds hurt. It sounds intimate. But the control, the entitlement, and the moral sorting, who deserves grace and who deserves punishment, is already built in. And once you hear it, it's very difficult to unhear it.
Yeah, it is.
Now, I'm not exactly sure why Rihanna and Aaliyah were mentioned in this song, but it could have something to do with them being so young and easy to take advantage of when they joined the industry. With this new lens of how Drake's Take Care promotes ambivalent sexism, how do we now interpret the phrase, how women be the tastemakers for the shit we making?
And I clocked this immediately just because I have been around my fair share of men who think they know what women want, and they try to approach like they get it. They try to approach like they're different from all the other men, and how they're a nice guy. They're not just looking for sex like everybody else, when they're just lying to your face the whole time, because all they want is somebody to validate them, somebody to coddle their non-existent ego, their fragile fucking bruised ass ego, and they want them to coddle that ego and gas it up and worship them. They don't want to be loved. They want to be worshipped. And that is terrifying, because typically a man should not have to tell you that they are a good person if they are in fact a good person. And typically the ones who come out and say that they are a good person vocally are the ones that you should not trust. Because at the end of the day, the only person they're trying to convince is themselves. And didn't Drake do this exact same shit when he said, my karma is good? I'm not a bad person, y'all. My karma is good. I don't do shit to fuck people over. I'm a good person. Just throwing the little nugget out there. Just throwing it out there.
It doesn't sound very complimentary, and if we're being honest, it sounds more like he's being manipulative to gain some sense of passive control. As the verse comes to a close, we begin to see a building resentment between Kendrick and Drake.
I don't think I've ever had that kind of reaction to somebody unless I hated them. I found out you was the same age as me and I don't like you and you act like a fucking child. I'm gonna be like, what the? This motherfucker's the same age as me and he's acting like that? He demolished his man on his own album and he didn't even know it. This was a ticking time bomb. Watch all these motherfuckers go back and start looking.
This is the climax of the song where he says he became more rude and impatient after finding out he and Drake are the same age. You can literally blame Drake for all of his bad behavior, for all the vanity, for leaving his best friends, and for dying to himself to please the people.
Damn.
I'm the piece of shit.
This nigga really just like said it. He just said it. He just said it out loud. He just said it. He said, blame it on Drake. This is all his fault. He turned me into the person that I am today. Him. It's his fault. This is like back then, even when he was talking about how, he didn't like Drake, and then he immediately says he's a good dude. He's got a genuine soul. He's basically like, I admire and also hate Drake at the same time. The admiration and the hatred are at war with each other. Because I shouldn't admire you, but I do. But I hate you because you're a horrible person and you turned me into this vain, fucking hypersexual ass motherfucker, like rude and impatient ass bitch. You helped breed this disgusting disease within me known as vanity and fucking pride. You're the one who led me away from my spiritual values. And and it's like when Kendrick saw that he was slipping, he was like, oh no, I can't do this. I gotta shift gears. I gotta go back. I can't fall into this. I equate this to like, I'm trying to think of a good scenario. Think of an angel that's on earth dwelling among the people. And he, hooks up with somebody, meets somebody who, shows him the ropes. And over time, he starts getting this angel into earthly desires, carnal desires, all of that. And he starts slipping further and further into this lifestyle. Because if you're surrounded by mud, pretty soon you're gonna get dirty. It's inevitable. And so this angel starts participating in this activity. And little by little, he starts to notice that his wings are shedding off. He is falling from grace. Gradually, slow and tortuously. And so I feel like that was the wake up moment, the snap to reality. The rose tinted goggles have been removed, and the reality is you are slipping further and further from grace. You can't do that. If your soul is valuable to you, you need to preserve your integrity and your purity as a person. And so I think when Kendrick realized that he was like, oh, hell no. No, we're not doing that. And he just pumped the brakes, turned around, went back, had an intervention with himself, and those two conflicting sides, he had to dive into both of them. He had to squash both of the beefs so that they could start working together again. Because it was literally driving him insane. It was destroying his own self-image. He said he looks in the mirror and he's embarrassed now. Where previously he could look at himself in the mirror for 10 minutes every day. He was losing his connection with himself. That's why at the end of Buried Alive interlude, it says, bury yourself alive, then I died. He lost connection with himself. That connection was severed. And he had to find out a way to get it back. That's truly poetic shit. God damn.
That I am because of Drake. Blame him. Blame Mr. OVO XO. Come on, y'all. That's crazy. This shit probably got overlooked. He met this fool that night. Saw the bitch him. Just like how you saw the hoe in J-Ho. Shout out to Ariel Smoke. And was like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is this dude? Like his music, but I don't like the artist that makes music. That was his quote. He said that about this fool. The song is about him. Looking at Vanity as a person and being like, what the fuck, bro? This is what I'll end up at if I bury myself in this shit?
Thank you.
Hell no. So that's what we're not doing.
I'm a prophet. Not actually, though. I'm not blowing up my head that much. I'm not actually calling myself a prophet. But like, come on now. Didn't I just fucking say that? Word for word. Verbatim. Verbatim. We are 36 minutes in out of 2 hours. I'm probably going to do another live and continue from this point. Because where are we at? I love that you put this in chapters. Thank God. All right, we're going to finish this Burying the Seeds chapter. And then I'm gonna call it there.
I think it's pretty obvious at this point Kendrick would know that Drake doesn't read or comprehend this stuff, because
at all.
Why would he ever allow Kendrick to get on his album and say what he said on Buried Alive?
Right.
I didn't even know that song existed.
I didn't either.
And when I saw
that part, like, why? How would he? You hopped on this man's album and dissed him on his own shit. And notice how that's exactly the kind of rapping that Jay-Z was talking about in his interview with GQ, where he was like, we should do more collaborations and spar while we're collaborating. So he's like, instead of two people having a beef and squabbling up and squashing the beef like warriors, having that warrior mentality, you would rather go into enemy territory and work together with them but diss them at the same time. So you're supporting sneak dissing. You would rather niggas go and diss people on their own tracks instead of just being like, hey, let's just compare our shit. Let's put our skills to the test. Let's spar. This is a friendly competition. Like, what kind of logic does that make? That's very snake-like behavior. That is snaky as fuck. I don't like that. I don't like that take. That is not a good take. But we're gonna finish here.
I was like, what the hell? You should not be in rap if you're gonna let somebody say something like, and then you go on.
You don't edit. There's no editing process. There's no nothing.
No screening process. Nobody's reading these things.
No one's going, hey, I don't think he's saying what I think you think he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting how that got through and made it onto the album, because Buried Alive, when you listen to it, he's really just talking about the reason that I am this, vain ass person slipping and losing myself further in this artificial world. Blame it on Drake. It's his fault that I'm this way. I'm dying inside, and it's Drake's fault, is what Buried Alive can be summarized to. And that made it onto the album. Okay. Fire Queen, welcome. I've been over here just yapping and yapping away. I have not been paying attention to y'all chat. I'm so sorry. I've been glancing over every now and then, but I have been like locked in, because it's every time these Poetic Justice Theory videos pop up, my brain starts kicking into overdrive, and I start picking up on details that I touched on in past videos, and current details that are happening. They're all connecting. The synapses are connecting a little too cleanly, and I don't like that. It's driving me nuts. That's why I take this theory in very small doses, very small increments, because the deeper you go, the more your brain starts to unravel. Oh, because you realize that it's just a spider web. It is an intricate spider web of information and clues and stuff from the past, stuff from the present. Just, it's so interconnected that trying to make sense of it, it's like it's genuinely, if people are able to make sense of it and put it into a coherent timeline, they're insane. They're insane. None of them are sane. They're all crazy as fuck. And I salute y'all, all of y'all, genuinely, for, what was this, 38, 37? I salute everybody who's thrown their hats into the ring, diving into this theory. But I'm gonna wrap this up into a part 1. So we are 37 minutes in, and I will be going over, I'll go back into it this is probably going to end up being a 3-parter. I'll make it a 3-parter. Let's do it. In the spirit of the Trinity, the 3 is the number of completion. We shall put it into 3 parts, because 333, those are divine numbers, and it's all divine in this bitch. We are divine entities at work. And that's everybody, all of us. So, we went on a goddamn journey, y'all. Truly did. But I have to go and touch grass. I'm gonna get up, go for a walk, get some food, rehydrate, and then I'm just gonna chill. I might go later. I might go live again sometime tonight, because I don't have to work. I'm not doing anything. I don't work. At least not my day job. So, or my day job, even though I work at night. Yeah. Thank you guys so much for coming through and just hanging out with me on this. And shout out to Mr. Reed, man. Shout out to the M. Reed Report. Go subscribe to his channel, because I've had so much to talk about in only 37 minutes of this video. And this is a 2-hour video. We are going down a rabbit hole. It's gonna get spooky. Okay? It's gonna get spooky, and it's not October. Yes, Mr. Reed. Shout out to Mr. Reed. Thank you so much for coming in and sticking around and providing pointers. Thank you. Anthony and Desiree, thank both of you guys for bringing this conversation into the spotlight, for pushing it out there, just being like, hey, take a look at this. I think it's really interesting. And inviting other people to join the conversation. Like, this is a really beautiful time in hip-hop where, people are able to bounce theories off of each other and compare thoughts and compare notes, and it's bringing people together. It's inviting people to join the conversation, whether they're critical of the theory or not. It's still breeding that conversation, and that's the most important part of all of this, is the community is actually talking to each other about it. They are inviting conversation. But thank you so much. Thank you to all of you guys for coming through and really sticking around. And all my Rough Riders, I will put out an official announcement when my memberships are live. I'll put a post up on my YouTube, so be on the lookout for that. I'm gonna be pivoting towards making member exclusive content alongside the content that I do currently. So like all of my live streams and stuff, I'm gonna be moving those over to a membership only when I'm not collaborating. Like if I'm not collaborating, if I'm doing like a solo thing, or if I'm doing, like music reactions and stuff that, typically won't bypass, that can't get past the YouTube copyright filters, I'm gonna put those either on my Patreon or just make them member exclusive. I'll have to do some more research into the memberships first before I make a sound decision on that. But it's either gonna be memberships or Patreon. It's gonna be one of the two. And I will let you guys know when that's active. But, as always, I have been Nixus, and I will catch y'all in the next live. Take care, y'all.